Chapter 394. Everyone nodded their heads. Mo Bao, who had just spoken, was now full of excitement. He said proudly, "Master, do not look down on us. If our opponents are too weak, we will not be able to display our skills." Wu Xia was indeed having a headache. Angelina had already understood her father's thoughts. She said indifferently, "President Zhu, you are too impatient. This is just an intention. We will use this batch of treasures to exchange for more energy beasts from Mr. Tang Tian. With more energy beasts, why would we be afraid of not having treasures? Only we can turn the energy beasts into treasures. Everyone here is a businessman. I believe you all understand the logic behind this." Angelina said indignantly, "These people are simply vultures. Once they smell blood, they will want to take a bite." Mo Bao was teased by the three of them until his ears turned red. If they were to sell the treasures to others, they would definitely not agree. But if they were to use the treasures to exchange for more energy beasts, to them, it would be worth it. As long as there were energy beasts, there would be treasures. The more energy beasts there were, the more treasures they could obtain. In this process, the consumption of star power was the most. Hence, in the end, the one who invested the most was Angelina. Many of the other presidents expressed their agreement, but at this time, no one dared to speak. Angelina's face darkened. She said coldly, "It seems that the management of the Merchant Alliance is too messy. We need to make some changes." The few of them were shocked. "No problem." Angelina smiled. "As long as Master Wu Xia has energy beasts, Angelina will be honored to be able to do business with Master Wu Xia." Gu Ruo also had some ideas. He said, "Let's get in touch with him first. Compared to Andromeda constellation, our Ursa Major constellation is much more powerful. Compared to Leo constellation, we can show more sincerity. If he is really seeking his own death, we can just do it cleanly. Because they have a strong army." Ta Dun said, "No army would be able to reject these 100 treasures. I am sorry. These treasures will all be given to Mr. Tang Tian." Ta Dun said calmly. He was not affected by what had just happened. Angelina smiled. "Once Mr. Tang Tian comes out, I will convey Master Wu Xia's greetings to Mr. Tang Tian." After a while, Angelina was a little worried. Will Tang Tian and the others agree? Some people secretly decided in their hearts that they must beg for forgiveness from the Lord later. Otherwise, their future days would be difficult. "Hunter, Adrian." Wu Xia slowly uttered these 6 words. Old Six said righteously, "Pa, I support you, as long as you give me half of the credit." The light in their eyes surged, and all of them palpitated with excitement. Everyone felt a headache coming on. Even Guruo felt the same. This could be heard from his tone. How could Angelina be in the mood to listen to these people's flattery? She dismissed them on the spot. Guruo and Wu Xia looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. The two most authoritative people of Ursa Major constellation. If they could complete this mission, to be able to kill a gold-ranked martial artist, he is already a top-notch expert in Heaven's Road. Although from the video, it looks like he won by a fluke, his strength is still pretty good. What's more troublesome is that he has an army. That means the possibility of him giving up the treasures is very small. Guruo rubbed his head. Other than that, they suddenly appeared in Andromeda constellation. They have already found the waterway from Lupus constellation to Andromeda constellation, which is the famous Seasons Field waterway. The army under him is already stationed at the exit of the waterway. There was no need to talk about his majesty. Yan Yonglai was the leader of a generation. In his hands, Ursa Major constellation was chasing after the 10 equatorial palace halls. Even this General Tu Ching was not ordinary. Ursa Major constellation's strongest army was the famous Grizzly Bear Army, and General Tu Ching was the commander of this army. Thinking about Tang Tian, Angelina's mood suddenly became better. Humph, even if we can't get it, we can't let them have it. The surroundings quietened down. Everyone turned their faces, their killing intent soaring. Their morale was soaring, they were fearless, and could not wait to have a good fight. Wuxia smiled. I just received news. We have one more opponent. Her words caused the faces of all the presidents to change, but no one dared to speak up. After all, they were the ones who listened to the three of them and came to cause trouble. They were in the wrong first. General Ta Dun's determination had given them a huge shock. If not for Master Wuxia's appearance, Lu Zhengjie would not have been able to escape death. When he heard Guruo say that only the big brother and second brother could defeat Tang Tian, he was already unconvinced. Because Guruo was resourceful and was older, she was ranked third. In terms of strength, among the 7 of them, Mo Bao was second only to Old Man Yu. With that, he brought his men and left. The 3 presidents' faces were ashen, but they followed Wuxia closely. Under such circumstances, they could only gamble on not being abandoned by Master Wuxia. The 4th brother, Mo Bao, shouted, "He better be tactful, or else he will be chopped into pieces. Let me say this first. When the time comes, I will be the first to go. None of you fight with me." The skinny president panicked. "General Ta Dun, didn't Master say that these treasures will be distributed to us according to our contributions? Why did you give them to others without our consent? Furthermore, such a good thing, why should we give it to an outsider?" Wuxia suddenly laughed. His gaze was as cold as ice. "Then can I request your majesty to help me contact Mr. Tang Tian? Mr. Tang Tian's sudden appearance has made me admire him." His face was gloomy, and his gaze was cold as he stared at Angelina. "Thank you, your majesty." Wuxia bowed gracefully. "Then I shall not cause more trouble for your majesty. Goodbye." Everyone was full of praises for him. The one who spoke was the Heavens with Blade Guruo, ranked 3rd among the 7 swordsmen. He had always been intelligent and was deeply trusted by Wuxia. Just like what he said, using the treasures to exchange for more energy beasts was not a loss at all. They did not need to pay any extra. Guruo's words made the atmosphere even more lively. She could not guess, but she knew that he would definitely make these people suffer. My lord is really wise to be able to come up with such a wonderful idea. I know. Angelina was unhappy. She suddenly thought of him. If he was here, how would he deal with these people? Many of the presidents heard Angelina's words and nodded their heads. Bao, you only know how to talk big. It's because big brother and second brother are not here. Lu Zhengjie jeered. The first to speak were the presidents who did not intend to curry favor with Wuxia. The scale of these presidents' businesses were not big. They knew that they could not curry favor with Master Wuxia, so they might as well get more treasures. He can't wait for big brother and second brother to not be here, so he can take all the credit for himself. Lao Wu giggled. For a mission like this, it is not easy to come across it. Wuxia encouraged. Everyone must be mentally prepared for the difficulties that we might encounter. Everyone's face changed. Wuxia's face revealed a look of shock. He did not expect such an outcome. As for whether they would get the treasures now or later, they did not care. If they could get more treasures, why would it matter if they had to wait for a period of time? Master is really thoughtful. Wuxia took the opportunity to fan the flames. This mission was entrusted by General Tu Ching. His Majesty even personally met him and exhorted him for a long time. His Majesty said that whoever achieves the greatest merit in this mission will be rewarded by His Majesty personally. Everyone laughed, and the oppressive atmosphere immediately dissipated. It was Wu Xia who was rash. Wu Xia immediately admitted his mistake and changed the topic, but His Majesty also said that it was only an intention. It seems that the deal has not been completed. I wonder if Wu Xia can offer a price. Angelina's interest was piqued. Why? Angelina did not avoid Wu Xia's gaze. She maintained her elegant smile and remained unmoved. I will. Ta Dun was certain. This was done intentionally by Gu Ruo to arouse Mo Bao's competitive spirit. Lao Da and Lao Er, due to certain reasons, would arrive later. They had followed Master Wu Xia for a long time, but it was their first time encountering such an important mission. They knew that this was a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. Orion constellation. Wu Xia's eyes flashed. Their messengers have arrived. They have the same idea as us. After everyone had left, the hall was once again empty. Ta Dun, on the other hand, was much calmer. He was much more experienced. He explained, our Andromeda constellation is just a small constellation. There are many times when we have to compromise. Wu Xia's face congealed. Angelina's words left him with no room to refute. Seasons Field Waterway, what a lucky fellow. Wu Xia saw that the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. He laughed. It is indeed a little troublesome. However, compared to the big guys that we have killed, this is definitely a small guy. Everyone, please take pity on him. Gu Ruo added, he has been in closed-door training for more than 2 months. I reckon that he has improved a lot. Lao Er and Lao Da should be able to take him down. But the problem is that this person is very stubborn. He did not even give in to Andre and the Onyx Soul Hall's Hall Master Tu Zishan. He is an extremely stubborn person. We also have to take note of Crane, who seems to have a close relationship with the Sagittarius Empress. Also, their gazes swept across the 3 presidents. The 3 of them were in trouble. They would definitely be kicked out of the Merchant Alliance by Angelina. If they dragged this on for a period of time, their share would be free. Who knows, they might even be able to obtain a star treasure. She had not interacted much with Tang Tian, but she knew that he was an extremely stubborn person. He did not even give face to Andre. Wu Xia would definitely have a headache if he were to face him. Angelina looked at Wu Xia apologetically and said, Sir Wu Xia, please forgive us. We, the Commerce Union, do business. Although we can't be as trustworthy as Sir Wu Xia, we still have to be responsible to our customers and treat them with integrity. Who is it? Gu Ruo asked. Chapter 395. Adrian smiled. Zhong Guang was an honest man. He turned and looked at a young man. Xiao, what do you think? Mr. Adrian. Ta Dun greeted him with a face full of smiles. Angelina heard that Mr. Hunter is coming to Andromeda City. She was so excited that she did not sleep the whole night. She even asked me to welcome you personally. Xiao Si-yun, who was standing behind Ta Dun, blushed. Ever since he went to the Lupus Army's encampment, he had been deeply shaken. Ever since he came back, he had been training crazily. But when he heard Adrian's compliment, he did not feel proud at all. Instead, he felt as though he was suffocating. What a smart woman, Adrian commented, and said, seems like the focus of our attack this time is Tang Tian. Tang Tian's 1,000-cleave demonic hand had reached a new level. He had finally defeated his enemy and broken free from the dream. The carriage landed. A group of martial artists were already waiting for them. The leader of the group was Ta Dun. Adrian was one of the most famous martial artists in Orion constellation. When he graduated at the age of 21, he became the principal of his alma mater, Star Nebula Academy. In the next 10 years, Star Nebula Academy became the most famous school in Orion constellation, producing many geniuses. But due to the heavy workload that took up too much of his time, He did not make any progress in the 10 years. Thus, at the age of 31, he resigned from his position and began his long journey. Initially, Tang Tian felt that he was just a bystander. But as the dream changed, he could not help but be influenced by it. He was the hunter, Adrian. Many young martial artists who boasted of their outstanding talents were also eager to be noticed by Adrian. As long as a genius was praised by Adrian, their value would immediately increase exponentially. He must have a lot of things to say to her, Ta Dun said. Maybe Adrian will have the chance to meet him in the future. Lu Zhongguang was stunned for a moment, then laughed. So he is an idiot. Lu Zhongguang was even more excited. That's right, Xiu. Who cares if he is a godlike young man? Even if he is a real god, Xiu, you can still defeat him. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Then they tacitly changed the topic. However, Tang Tian already knew that the Thousand Hands demon monarch had perished together with his enemy in reality. The only person who could make him willingly become a spirit card was the lady with the surname Feng, who kept appearing in his dreams. The youth who was asked was about 17 years old. He had red lips, white teeth, and a delicate appearance. He was Adrian's right-hand man, Ru Xiu, also known as Orion's flower. Ru Xiu shook her head. I can't tell much, but from the information we gathered, Angelina has an expert guiding her from behind. Then who could it be? Lu Zhongguang did not doubt Axiu's judgment. He had always trusted Axiu's judgment, and his curiosity was immediately piqued. He wanted to tell her that he had gotten his revenge. A glint flashed across Adrian's eyes. He smiled and said, "Oh, great general, you've really piqued my curiosity." Luckily, they were not enemies of Andromeda constellation. Xiao Siyun rejoiced, but immediately after, he felt ashamed of himself. The smile on Ta Dun's face disappeared. In the past, I was rather proud of my ability to lead troops. But now, I know that I was just a frog in a well, arrogant and conceited. On the surface of the sea behind him, a door slowly appeared. It's difficult, Xiu said. From the information we gathered, the possibility of Tang Tian spitting out the treasures is very small. His nickname is very unique. It's not that simple. Do you know what the Honorable Martial Alliance said about him? They called him Grindstone. They thought that he was a genius of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Only after experiencing Tang Tian's tempering would he be able to reveal his true potential. This kind of evaluation has never happened before. Xiu shook his head. I've researched all of his experiences. He is a person with deep thoughts. Senior Thousand Hands Demon Monarch. Hatred will never be as important as the people who are still alive. Adrian's arrival had caused Andromeda City to explode. Andre was revered by people because of his noble identity and the power he represented. But Adrian, although he had no power, he was deeply respected by people. Tang Tian stood quietly on the surface of the sea. His face was filled with sadness. The indigo mirror ocean beneath his feet was tranquil and beautiful. It was as though everything that had happened was just a dream. He wanted to tell her not to wait for him anymore. Xiu did not reply, but continued. Big Bear, Idler Wuxia, has brought people here. But I heard that they met with a soft rebuff from Angelina and Ta Dun. Angelina intends to give the treasures to Tang Tian in exchange for more energy beasts. Lu Zhongguang could not help but exclaim, Qiu Shan is too crazy. He must have wanted to go back and see her. Adrian asked in surprise, I wonder which general made the Grand General so emotional. Tang Tian was slightly sad, but he felt that he was feeling sad for the ancient people. Thousand Hands Demon Monarch's soul had already disappeared. The lady surnamed Feng had already passed away a few hundred years ago. Maybe she had descendants. Ha ha! Adrian laughed. Zhongguang, don't bully Ah Xiao. But, Ah Xiao, I feel that what Zhongguang said is very reasonable. Ha ha! A tall man dressed in a black windbreaker quietly stood in front of the railings, looking down at Fairy City. His sideburns were slightly white, his gaze was deep and profound, his face was sharp and angular, as though he was thinking about something. His eyes were like the stars behind the fog, flickering with a faint light aura. After standing quietly for a while, Tang Tian looked at the vast sea. He muttered to himself, "Thousand Hands Demon Monarch, actually this is also good, although you really want to become her martial spirit and protect her. But if you do that, she will be in too much pain. This kind of protection is also a burden. So, the way things are now is pretty good." Lu Zhongguang did not believe him. "Ah Xiao, you say that he is smart. I don't object, but you say that even you can't do it. I don't believe that." Ah Xiao shook his head. "I'm not talking about General Ta Dun. General Ta Dun is experienced and steady. He is a rare military leader, but his way of doing things is a typical military style. He is not that crafty." Lu Zhongguang nodded. "Ah Xiao is talking about Ta Dun. General Ta Dun is indeed powerful." Adrian bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty. General Ta Dun is here personally, and Adrian is deeply moved." Because of his early years in school, Adrian was always willing to help and guide young people. This earned him a great reputation. Although he did not hold any official position, he could enter and leave the palace whenever he wanted. Regardless of whether it was a high-ranking official or a commoner, they all respected and loved him. I don't know about other things. But, Ah Xiao, you will definitely beat Tang Tian." Lu Zhongguang said proudly. On the vast sea, a cold wind suddenly blew. In the 12 years of traveling, no one knew what happened. The godlike young man is just an illusion that he created. Ah Xiao said seriously, "His way of doing things is just like his nickname. Very stupid and muddle-headed. But if you look closely, you will realize that all his seemingly reckless actions, in the end, always achieved the best results. Even if it was me, under such circumstances, I would definitely not be able to do better. Even to achieve what he did today is extremely difficult. In the last battle, he was forced into a dead end. His 1,000-cleaved demonic hand could not defeat his enemy, just as he was about to lose. Tang Tian suddenly remembered what the 1,000 Hands Demon Lord said before he disappeared. His voice was slightly hoarse, but full of magnetism. His words were carefree and extremely charming. Adrian's arrival made all the young martial artists in Fairy City extremely excited. If they could receive a few words of advice from Adrian, it would definitely be beneficial for them for life. Tang Tian's mood suddenly became better. Revealing a bright smile, he shouted to the sea, "1,000 Hands Demon Lord Senior, you think so too, right?" "Of course it's looks." Lu Zhongguang laughed out loud. Ah Xiao's beauty, even women feel ashamed." "Oh, what's it called?" Adrian was interested. Ah Xiao was curious. "What?" Adrian's lodgings were filled with young martial artists from all over the world. When he was 43 years old, he returned to Star Nebula Academy. His chi became unfathomable. At that time, Orion Constellation's Sword Saint Uxion soon met him and praised him for his Saint Domain chi. When he was young, he was lazy and accomplished nothing. Suddenly, he realized that he was powerless to reverse the situation. Remorse and pain haunted him for his entire life. Even when he met the girl he liked, he was not willing to stop his revenge. Such a shocking explosion. It would require at least 20 silver treasures to explode. Adrian muttered to himself. Ah Xiao's heart warmed, but he was not used to people praising him. He knew that the Plateau Army had improved a lot, but compared to the Lupus Army, there was still a gap. On horseback, Adrian praised. I have long heard of General Ta Dun's strict management of the army. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. I have traveled to many different constellations and have seen many armies, but to have such a military style like yours is extremely rare. In that dream, he experienced the life of the Thousand Hands Demon Lord. He wanted to tell her. Godlike young lad. Interesting, right? Ashio said with a smile. I heard that he often calls himself that. Adrian got on his horse, and the army advanced slowly. You are too kind. Please get on the horse. Ta Dun gestured, and a few docile star spirit horses were led over. Lu Zhongguang was shocked. Really? Don't be fooled by your eyes. Ashio, don't belittle yourself. I believe that your intelligence and strength are not below any of the geniuses. Adrian laughed. Battle, pursuit, revenge. Chapter 396. This move was truly out of the ordinary. Black Puppet also sensed that something was amiss. He bellowed. The black mist around his body constricted, transforming into a black shield. Lone Wolf Killer. Tsendeng. Heaven Road List Rank. 3112. Lu Zhongguang's face changed. He could clearly see that it was a silver arrow. Tang Tian quivered. His pupils dilated. Both of his hands instinctively placed in front of his chest, the thousand-cleaved demonic hand that he had trained crazily for the past few days. Without thinking, he immediately made his move. Ding, ding, ding. He had been doing this for the past few days. But the atmosphere tonight, he had a faint premonition that it would not be peaceful. Reflection Swordsman, real name unknown, Heaven Road List Rank, 3109. Black Puppet's eyes suddenly froze. He did not expect that among the few chi that he was unable to judge, there was actually a concealed weapons Grandmaster grade expert. Out of the 19 people, there were at least 5 whose strength was on par with him. Ashio had told him about the names of the people, and he was able to match 3 of them. Someone shouted in the darkness, "Use concealed weapons." Even he felt that it was boring. The other people's patience was at its limit. At the start, everyone was cautious and did not want to expose themselves. But as time passed, many of them could no longer hold back. A blood wound appeared on his throat, and in the blink of an eye, blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain. Lu Zhongguang's eyes glanced at the black mist, his pupils constricting. Black Puppet was rushing towards the room where the star treasures were stored. His intentions were clear. The concealed weapons that were as fine as rain drew out rays of light. Tang Tian's hands seemed to have some sort of magical power, quickly moving and passing through the light strings. Although General Ta Dun did not make a big fuss that day, but the position of the star treasures did not escape everyone's eyes. The sudden change caused everyone who was extremely nervous to subconsciously shoot out the concealed weapons in their hands. The most dazzling light beam was the silver arrow that was whistling through the air. His 10 fingers were like flowing water. In a moment, he had pressed on the silver arrow 7 times, causing the silver arrow to lose all its strength. Lu Zhongguang's eyes widened. Although he had long heard of their outstanding strength, but personally witnessing it, he was still shocked by Ling Su and Crane's strength. In the blink of an eye, the speck of cold light exploded, and countless cold lights swept towards the newcomer like raindrops. Bai's misty kill had shocked everyone. For a moment, no one dared to move. Everyone's nerves were highly taut. There was a concealed weapon grandmaster lying in ambush in the dark at night. This was absolutely an extremely frightening matter. Sparks flew everywhere. Ling Su's spear light was like a raging tide. Countless cold lights flickered, giving people a feeling that there was no way to escape. The reflection swordsman struggled and floated in the sea of spears, looking rather pathetic. When the reflection swordsman made his move, it was like a fuse. Immediately, Many of the cultivators watching from the shadows made their moves simultaneously. For a time, the sound of clothes fluttering in the air could be heard. My goodness, this was practically a gathering of the 3,100th rankers of the heaven list. The sounds of collisions were as dense as rain, incessant and incessant. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 black figures flew out. Everyone was on guard against each other and maintained a safe distance from each other. From Lu Zhongguang's position, it looked as though the walls of the manor were filled with people. Ling Su and Crane's ranking seemed to be underestimated. The clear and crisp sound of the concealed weapons hitting the floor could be heard clearly in the dead silence. It was definitely the most powerful archery technique he had ever seen. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound enveloped the entire place. But the reflection swordsman's strength was extremely robust. After experiencing the initial discomfort, he quickly stabilized his footing. The reflection swordsman's sword technique was extremely unique. Every sword would produce a reflection, real and fake, and it was hard to differentiate the real from the fake. The reflection swordsman and Tsindeng's strength was not surprising. But for Ling Su and Crane, even after 10 moves, they were not at a disadvantage, causing Lu Zhongguang to be extremely surprised. A few martial artists who were caught off guard screamed out. One of them had a hole in his chest, and another had a hole in his abdomen. But even more martial artists were prepared, and all used their techniques to block. A shocking scene appeared. A wooden door suddenly shattered, and in the midst of the wood shavings, a cold aura appeared like a star. Black Puppet's entire body was enveloped in a green-colored black mist, which was the famous Blackwood barrier, which was extremely poisonous. Many different colored concealed weapons fell from Tang Tian's hands onto the ground like flowing water, releasing a series of clear and crisp sounds. Ding, ding, ding. Misty Shadow Hand Bai was a famous concealed weapon martial artist. His most unique point was to fuse water affinity true power with concealed weapons, forming a unique style of mist concealed weapons. No one noticed that a figure had quietly appeared in front of Black Puppet's neck. In the past 2 hours, 6 people had left, and 7 more had joined. Suddenly, Lu Zhongguang felt a few energy undulations. After a while, he reacted and laughed involuntarily. It was someone secretly using a star treasure to record the battle, ignoring everything else. These recordings were extremely popular in the market. Black Puppet jumped in fright from the rain of concealed weapons and immediately used his hands to block. The last martial artist was obviously stronger than the other 2, and Lu Zhongguang recognized him. With one look, it was Lone Wolf Tsindeng. Lone Wolf Tsindeng was a relatively famous martial artist. He had always been a lone wolf and never cooperated with others, which made him extremely versatile. His simple and honest face revealed a look of surprise, his heart secretly muttering, "Oh my God, it's truly incredible." Around the small manor, there were actually 19 people lying in ambush. Oh, I forgot about myself. There were 20. The silver arrow struck the black barrier and shattered on the spot, but the immense force caused Black Puppet to groan and immediately fly out horizontally. His talent wasn't that great, but Adrian's patience was top-notch. Hiding in the dark, searching for the faintly discernible chi, he stayed there for 2 hours. The mist-concealed weapons were extremely well concealed and were extremely sudden, making them extremely hard to detect. This earned him a huge reputation in the aspect of concealed weapon martial techniques, and was highly respected by many concealed weapon martial artists, as they thought of him as one of the current generation's concealed weapon grandmasters. Lu Zhongguang watched to his heart's content. It was rare to see experts of this level fighting. Although there were many concealed weapons, but everyone present, their standards of concealed weapons were relatively ordinary. The momentum was much stronger than the power, and Black Puppet quickly realized that and immediately calmed down. Tang Tian, who had just finished his training and was still feeling sad, opened the door in a daze. Upon opening the door, his eyes suddenly lit up with countless light auras, and the concealed weapons shot towards him like rain. In another direction, a few martial artists were being held up by Crane. Crane's body technique was free and unrestrained, like a black crane dancing in the sky. His sword techniques were unpredictable. Fighting 1 against 3, he was actually not at a disadvantage. Bang! 1, 2, 3. 19. 2 screams came out from the sky. It was 2 martial artists who had lost their lives under Crane's sword. Suddenly, a shadow that was hard to catch with the naked eye quietly approached the manor. Black Puppet did not know where he obtained a set of wood-type martial technique inheritance, and was able to train in such a strange martial technique. As long as the black wooden barrier was touched, it would drill into the body, and there was no way to save it. Lu Zhongguang was speechless, but also excited. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a big scene. He was a student that Adrian took in during his travels. He was an honest and sincere person, and Adrian's daily life was mostly taken care of by him. After following his teacher for a long time, his strength was no small matter. Black Puppet, real name unknown, ranked 3106 on the Heaven Road list. So fast. Misty Shadow Hand. Bye. As for the chi that he was unable to determine, it was hard to say. Lu Zhongguang's mind was roused. It was Reflection Swordsman. Xiu's evaluation of Tang Tian was extremely high, which made Lu Zhongguang curious. Although he had followed his teacher for a long time, but towards Xiu's abilities, he admired him from the bottom of his heart. In the darkness, Lu Zhongguang slowly counted the chi hidden in the shadows. Sigh. Lu Zhongguang's attention was quickly attracted to the battlefield. Lu Zhongguang's face changed. His gaze landed not far from where Black Puppet fell. There was a thumb-sized hole in the ground. A name surfaced in his mind. But there were too many eyes staring at the star treasure for Black Puppet to obtain it. How could it be so easy? Lu Zhongguang exclaimed in his heart. He was ranked 3098 and felt that it was interesting. But he was even more cautious, even though he was ranked the highest. But in such an environment, if he were to meet the other 3, he would most probably die miserably. The door of the hidden treasure was pushed open. But Lu Zhongguang felt that it would not be so easy. Xiu also did not believe that the people hiding in the shadows would be able to succeed. Tang Tian held on to a bunch of concealed weapons, his expression at a loss. Under such a beautiful performance, everyone felt that it was extremely dazzling. Finally, unable to endure it anymore, you want to take action? A straight silver light swept across everyone's vision. The scene was extremely spectacular. Immediately, countless of concealed weapons covered the sky and shot towards Black Puppet. All of the concealed weapons were enveloped with different colored light auras. Some of them formed straight light scars in the air. Some of them formed strange arcs, but without question, all of them were rushing towards Black Puppet. Bang! He was an expert in direct confrontations, and in such a place where one could not even see their fingers, he would be extremely passive. He compared in his heart and reckoned that out of the 3, Black Puppet had the highest chance of winning, followed by Reflection Swordsman, and Tsindeng was ranked 3rd. He had the leisure to play around because he did not need to take action. Hiding here was just to keep an eye on him. Ever since General Ta Dun had sent the chests of star treasures to the manor, there were countless of eyes around. In a short span of 10 moves, Tsindeng's blade techniques had changed to 7 to 8 completely different martial techniques. A few of the blade techniques were not high grade, but in Tsindeng's hands, they were extremely powerful and produced many changes that caused people to exclaim in admiration. 3 illusory, missed kills were flicked by his fingertips and disappeared. Tang Tian's 10 fingers bloomed like flowers. Black Puppet's death would definitely add a glorious stroke to Bai's achievements. Lu Zhongguang held the attitude of watching a good show. Ding, ding, ding. If someone was able to snatch all the star treasures away, it would be the best for them. Tang Tian had Lupus constellation behind him, while Angelina and Ta Dun represented Andromeda constellation, so they could not take action. If they were to land in the hands of bandits, they would not have to worry about anything. Just at that moment, a creaking sound suddenly came out. Lu Zhongguang was filled with anticipation. He had heard that Ling Su and Crane were also very strong. In the blink of an eye, the sky full of light beams entered his palm. Chapter 397. The sudden bright light aura reflected Lu Zhongguang's frozen expression. It was not the plateau army, although the warehouse was far away, but the distance of 3 kilometers to the Flaming Steps horse was not far, and arrived in a flash. Kill! When Tang Yi rushed to the main road, all the people on the streets were stunned, looking at the cavalry that had appeared out of nowhere in shock. Every single one of them had a profound background, and were not people that the plateau army could contend against. The only thing that the plateau army could do was to protect Tang Tian and the rest. Angelina's expression was calm. We also need to probe their strength. If they are not strong enough to become our ally, then these 100 star treasures will be our only bargaining chip. The Lupus army suddenly dispersed, splitting into 20 small groups. Like 20 sharp arrows, they brazenly rushed towards the crowd around the manor. Under the night sky, the finger shadows that were like flowers blooming and the light beams that filled the sky disappeared. This scene was bound to be imprinted in many people's memories. The wide streets, the neat and tidy stone slabs, were the most suitable for cavalry to rush. On the horse, Tang Yi's face was gloomy. He was full of praise for Master Crane's plan. As expected of Master Crane, his wit was unparalleled. All of the small groups were in a straight line, as though they were measured by a ruler. They sprinted like a straight spear. The inns and residences near these 2 places were all filled with people. A shout filled with killing intent resonated throughout the entire place. Tang Yi saw the incomparably furious Tang Tian. His originally closed eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing his killing intent. Inside the room, the atmosphere became heavy. Before the word die could be heard, the wall suddenly exploded. In the blink of an eye, a dense formation of troops impressively appeared in everyone's vision. The process was smoother than they had imagined, and it was the most chaotic period in Fairy City. Although the Plateau Army was protecting Fairy City, but for the daily patrols, they did not have the energy, and the original guards were severely injured. Adding the continuous influx of martial artists from outside, all of them were strong and unruly martial artists. With just a word of disagreement, they would start fighting. The guards were not their match, and could only turn a blind eye, not daring to provoke them. Lu Zhongguang's pupils constricted. A word popped up in his mind. Ambush. From the moment the Lupus army entered the battlefield till now, the time was so short that it could be disregarded, but the strength that the Lupus army had displayed had caused him to be shocked. The horse's heavy and powerful hooves knocked on the hard stone floor, causing sparks to fly, and the sound was muffled like thunder. When 200 of these cavalrymen gathered together, it was like an unstoppable flood of flames. The ground of the entire street was trembling, and the pedestrians all turned pale, with fright as they hurriedly moved out of the way. The warehouse was not on the main road, but in a remote alley. The sound of horse hooves was like a tide, flooding the alley. A group of unfamiliar cavalrymen charged in through the gap. Their speed was so fast that even the dust from the crumbling walls disappeared like a gust of wind. What an impressive army! Tang Tian must be trying to display the strength in his hands. Tang Yi expressionlessly squeezed the horse's belly. The flaming horse king charged forward like a red shadow. The cavalryman behind him did not hesitate and moved at the same time. In his vision, all of the lupus martial artists raised the curved horses in their hands in unison. Tang Tian's strength seemed like he needed to reevaluate it, and they only had one mission: to give all of their enemies a thunderous blow and intimidate them all. Ding! No one was chatting, and no one spoke. The warehouse was extremely quiet. Approximately 3 kilometers away from the manor that Tang Tian and the rest were staying in, there was a dilapidated warehouse which belonged to a small trading organization. But in the past, it was rented by a mysterious merchant for a high price. If the president of the small trading organization saw the scene inside the warehouse, he would definitely be stunned. The huge warehouse was filled to the brim with flaming steps horses and people everywhere. Every martial artist sat beside their own mounts to rest, and the flaming steps horses were very quiet, as though they were sleeping. Tang Yi's transformation directly affected the 200 cavalrymen behind him, causing all of their fighting intent to soar. The 200 flaming steps horses brazenly charged forward along the main road. In the silence, the thunderous sounds of the horse hooves gradually grew louder, causing many people to wake up from their dreams. Everyone did not care. The plateau army's interference, to many people, was normal, and they believed that the plateau army would definitely not make a move on them. Whoosh! The entire manor was quiet. Everyone was stunned by Tang Tian's performance. That move was truly too shocking. Looking at the concealed weapons beneath Tang Tian's feet, they were big and small of all kinds, and the number was huge. With a glance, there were at least a few hundred of them. Move out. Advance. When the last concealed weapon dropped from Tang Tian's hand, Tang Tian immediately woke up. I was attacked. Not right. I was attacked. When Ta Dun sent people to deliver all of the woven star treasures to the manor, Crane and Ling Su immediately sensed the danger. Crane snuck into Tang Yi's army camp to seek for support and formulated a plan. The 20 small groups roared at the same time, converging into a powerful current. The fighting intent in Tang Yi's chest was boiling. In his slightly closed eyes, a light flickered. The aura around his body quietly converged. The curved blade was like the moon, the light aura reflecting off the snow. As expected of a deep, scheming fellow, their troops were too orderly, to the point that he could not believe his eyes. Lu Zhongguang was startled. The roar contained killing intent. It did not sound like a bluff. Under the shocked gazes of the passers-by, an unending stream of cavalry surged out from the alley. Ta Dun's heart was filled with emotions, but he was not happy at all. If it was possible, he would have liked the innocent little girl who was waiting for her father to bring her presents. 200 curved blades, as though they were pulled by an invisible thread, neatly falling down. Tang Yi's roar was like thunder that entered everyone's ears. The warehouse door had already opened, and the bustling of the streets outside entered their ears. It was the time for the night lights to be lit, and to the residents of Andromeda City, who were used to sleeping late, the night had just begun. Ta Dun was speechless. Angelina was right. The situation was getting more and more chaotic. With the intervention of Ursa Major constellation and Orion constellation, it was clear that they could not protect the 100 star treasures. So how to use the 100 star treasures to fight for more benefits for Andromeda constellation was something they had to consider. Lu Zhongguang felt that it was a good choice. To properly display the strength in his hands, it could make their situation more advantageous. Although Lu Zhongguang was surprised at the Lupus Army's military formation, but he was not too cautious about the following charge. The charge of a 10-man small unit was enough to deal with ordinary martial artists, but against the experts, it was not enough. A loud sound came out, and dust filled the air. But it was a pity. His warehouse was too far from Tang Tian's manor to be able to rent it for such a price. He was already satisfied. To prevent people from noticing, Crane arranged for the gathering point to be far away from the manor. Tang Yi and the rest entered the city, disguised as a merchant group. And on this point, Ling Su gave many suggestions. He had followed the merchant group to roam the world for a long time, and was extremely clear on what a merchant group was like. The 200 people were divided into 7 different caravans. Tang Yi was the first to rush out of the warehouse, and behind him, the cavalry flowed out of the warehouse like water. Tang Tian was enraged, his eyes bloodshot, and bellowed, "You dare to hit me, seeking death." That was what the majority of the people were thinking. Some of them had already turned and prepared to leave the battlefield. Tang Yi was expressionless, but in his heart, he was secretly nodding his head. After this period of bitter training, they finally had some form. This brat, just that. Ta Dun did not like such tactics. He preferred to fight and kill on the battlefield. He looked at Angelina. Her face was no longer filled with hesitation and confusion, but instead became extremely calm. Compared to the darkness outside, the warehouse was brightly lit. Ta Dun frowned. "Isn't this not good?" Regardless of what kind of guesses and impressions everyone had towards Tang Tian previously, at the moment, their hearts were filled with shock. After the battle, everyone felt that it was more or less the same. No one thought that the victor would be decided tonight, and the majority of them were just probing. They needed time to digest the results of the battle. The silver arrows and killing mist that killed the black puppet were actually broken. Upon leaving the alley, Tang Yi's expression turned cold. The flaming steps horse below him suddenly neighed. In this period of time, although Fairy City's businesses were showing signs of recovery, but the market was much more withered than before, and the warehouse had always been empty. To be able to rent it out for a large sum of money, the boss of the organization was overjoyed. If the warehouse was closer to Master Tang Tian's manor, then he could rent it for a good price. The most popular location, one was near Master Adrian's residence, the other was near Tang Tian's manor. But this Angelina was what Fairy City needed now. Lupus Army, 200 steel mounts, in perfect unison, as though they were one body, they crazily rushed forward. "Everyone get ready." In the darkness, many people curled their lips. The Plateau Army was just a small character, and yet they were trying to put on a show. But in the blink of an eye, they were dumbstruck. She had grown up. Lu Zhongguang started to believe Ah Xiu's words. Lu Zhongguang quivered, his eyes wide open. The godlike young lad had always bullied others. When had he ever been bullied like this before? Bang! It was Lu Zhongguang's first time seeing such an army. Ignoring the individual strength of the soldiers, just based on the formation of the army, it was definitely not something an ordinary army could do. Tang Yi's Flaming Steps horse was a rarely seen 7th level Flaming Steps horse king. Its entire body was scarlet red like blood. It was extremely spirited. The horse neigh cut through the night sky, bringing with it a dense fighting intent. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came out. All the martial artists who were resting with their eyes closed opened their eyes at the same time, their faces revealing an uncontrollable excitement and excitement. 10 auras, as one, the blade, auras transformed into spears. In the night, the rolling sound of hooves sounded like thunder, like the beating of war drums, spreading far and wide. With Master Crane and Master Ling Su's strength, it was definitely not a problem to hold back the enemy. The uniform sound came out. All the martial artists in the warehouse had already flipped over and mounted their horses. The originally messy horse formation, in the blink of an eye, became strict and imposing. Kill. Chapter 398. But no one made a sound. Even the lady in black and Mo Bao, who had dodged the light spear, had a look of fear in their eyes. And they were the thugs under the leader of the scoundrels, and would usually have nicknames like the 4 Great Vajras, 13 Great Protectors, etc. The previous heavy spear assault already made everyone feel that it was unstoppable. Then when Tang Yi personally charged, it was on a completely different level. Tang Yi held his blade horizontally, his eyes slowly sweeping across everyone, the imposing aura of disdain enveloping the entire place. It was as though he had done something extremely simple. He turned his horse and slowly moved. Tang Tian revealed his white teeth. The blade in his hand slashed heavily onto the ground, all the way to the hilt. As though Crane was struck by lightning, he was completely petrified. Tang Tian sat there with his golden blade and said loudly, "Today's matter, everyone, how do you want to resolve it?" Many of them were trembling in anger. They were either tyrants or famous experts. When had they ever been extorted by anyone before? But the individual strength of the soldiers were still lacking. If it was any one of the Lion King's 6 subordinates, after a round of assault, no one would be able to survive, because every single soldier of the Lion King's 6 subordinates was much stronger. Crane, who was deep in introspection, suddenly felt something swaying in front of him. He raised his head in a daze. It was a cloth bag. Just from their coordination, their standard already had the embryonic form of a top-grade army. The light spear pierced through their bodies without any suspense, leaving behind a terrifying blood hole. The blood spurting out under the light spear's light aura was filled with despair and poignant beauty. Crane almost covered his face with his hands, his heart surging with a deep sense of shame. This guy was truly extorting and blackmailing. Oh my God, how can a person with such a noble character do such a despicable thing? This is a betrayal of our ideals. This is depravity. This is a stain on our lives. Tang Tian casually sat on the doorstep, crossed his right leg, his left hand supporting his chin, his gaze sweeping across everyone with ill intentions. After thinking about it, he felt that his imposing manner was not enough, so he took out a blade and held it in his hand. Tang Tian grabbed an empty cloth bag and waved it in front of Crane. "Little Crane, go and take it." Clang, clang. Aquila Constellation can attack me? No one thought that the Lupus Army's assault would be so decisive and crazy. Most of the martial artists didn't have time to defend themselves. Facing these terrifying spears of light, they could only hurriedly block them. 2 deafening collision sounds rang out almost at the same time. Aquila Constellation. Tang Tian laughed, but in his heart, he had to admit that the Lupus Army under Tang Tian had some standards. He chopped the ground in front of him with the knife in his hand. His face was filled with arrogance, and the moment he opened his mouth, it was filled with the tone of a hooligan. Ling Su was fine, but Crane only felt uncomfortable. Then he looked at himself. Ling Su and Tang Yi lined up on either side of Tang Tian. On both sides of him, the 4 small teams moved at the same time. They were like 4 sharp arrowheads, while Tang Yi was like a magnet that attracted them. 70 steps. The light flashed and disappeared, leaving only half of the old man's body. The light aura from the heavy spear's assault covered Lu Zhongguang's vision. The low and deep whistle that caused his scalp to go numb was like a gigantic and heavy star spirit beast sweeping past his heart. Without roaring, Tang Yi expressionlessly raised the zanbato in his hand. Tang Yi, who had his eyes closed, slowly opened them. His cold gaze caused everyone's heart to shrink. Just as they were about to move, everyone froze, as though they were struck by a technique, and did not dare to move. Tang Yi's attack just now, they could not dodge it either. As the old saying goes, whoever is the first to run will be killed. Friends hiding in the shadows, come out. There's one below the millstone, the one hanging under the eaves, the one hiding in the corner. Everyone's heart trembled. Everyone was stunned by Tang Tian's words, and only after a while did they react. The lady in black reacted quickly. When the light spear flew in front of her, she threw out the green ring saw in her right hand. The green ring saw spun and flew into the air. Following that, the lady in black appeared in front of the green ring saw, dodging the light spear. Lu Zhongguang regained his senses, his pale white face regaining some color. He secretly laughed in his heart at his cowardice. He could not change, and could not be scared. Tang Tian's words made the few people who were originally thinking of getting lucky obediently walk out from the darkness. The old man was startled, thinking that he had heard wrongly. He raised his head and was stunned to see Tang Tian's right hand clenched into a fist, his thumb pointing at himself, his face full of arrogance. With a casual tone, Tang Tian pointed out all the people hiding in the shadows, all of them. His intuition was astonishing. If these people wanted to hide from his detection, they were still far from it. The slow sound of horse hooves in the silence was piercing to the ears. It was as though Tang Tian had an exceptional throwing knife in his hands. One strike was sure to hit. Of course, he could not kill everyone, but whoever made the first move, he could definitely kill the other party. The group of people all had their own ulterior motives. Facing such a situation, no one was willing to be the first bird, but in their hearts, they all wanted someone to make the first move and take the chance to escape. To the flaming steps horse, with its astonishing sprinting ability, it was just a blink of an eye, and in such a short period of time, the four small groups had already formed a perfect angle to attack from Tang Yi's two sides. Yes, everyone had the intention to retreat, but as though he knew what everyone was thinking, Tang Tian's arrogant voice came out. In that moment, Lu Zhongguang's mind went blank. Why? Why me? The old man had blocked the attack, and his chi was in a mess. He anxiously shouted, "Wait a minute! This old man is in front of Aquila constellation." Crane and Ling Su saw that the situation had stabilized and floated back to Tang Tian's side. Their opponents, facing a group of lupus soldiers eyeing them like tigers watching their prey, did not dare to act blindly without thinking. His assault was unparalleled under the heavens. Everyone's faces were terrible, but at that moment, they had no choice but to remain silent. The standard of the lupus army was truly high. This high standard did not mean that their individual strength was outstanding, but it meant that their combined attack was simply too perfect. In the assault just now, the fusion of the blade auras from the 10 of them did not seem to be damaged. Such a perfect coordination could only appear in the hands of an army with extremely high standards. The Eagle Army was one of the famous elites in Heaven's Road, Lupus Constellation. What kind of rural place was that? Lu Zhongguang was overwhelmed with shock. He initially thought that he had concealed himself flawlessly. His standard of concealment, even his teacher Adrian, was full of praises, but it was actually seen through by Tang Tian. They did not know that Tang Yi had the qualifications to be arrogant, because he was a unique military general. Orion Constellation's Adrian was here. Ursa Major Constellation's Master Wuxia was also here, who knew that Aquila Constellation would also want to interfere. In the first round of attacks, 3 martial artists were able to hold on. One was an old man with a cane, another was a black-robed lady with a double circular saw, and the last one was Wu Xia's subordinate, Mo Bao. Everyone was silent. The situation was truly chaotic. Mo Bao did not choose to dodge. He had long wanted to test out the weight of these people. He lowered his waist into a horse stance. The circular blade in his hand did not have any fancy moves, and slashed down. The light spear exploded. Mo Bao's body swayed, but he did not retreat half a step. But his face was somewhat ugly. Everyone was shocked by Tang Tian's craziness, and was shocked by his blade that lit up the night. Even more people were deeply provoked by Tang Yi's arrogance, since when did a spirit general dare to look at them as though they were nothing? The blade in Tang Tian's hand kept slashing the ground, causing rocks to fly everywhere. His gaze swept across the crowd, as though he was looking at a group of pigs and sheep that had been skinned clean. The old man's heart relaxed. He originally wanted to fish in troubled waters, but he did not expect Tang Tian's strength to exceed his imagination. but behind him was the tyrant of Aquila constellation. No matter how powerful Tang Tian was, he did not even put him in his eyes. What kind of freak is he? Aquila constellation, Tang Tian said loudly, his gaze dense, his face indifferent. Don't say you don't have it. All of you are people with status, with so many eyes watching. If you don't even have a mere 100 million star coins, that would be a loss of face, right? Extortion. The old man was dumbstruck. Was he crazy? Did he not know? In front of Aquila constellation, he was just like an ant. Lu Zhongguang suddenly felt that his thoughts were laughable. He actually linked the Southern Sky Army with the Lion King's 6 divisions, the top army in Heaven's Road. It was truly laughable. Tang Tian raised his chin, his expression as arrogant as a hooligan on the streets. Aquila constellation can run to this young master's territory and behave atrociously. 20 powerful light spears whizzed towards the crowd. Everyone was shocked. Aquila constellation was one of the 10 equatorial palace halls. In the current 10 equatorial palace halls, none of them were weak. They were Equuleus constellation, Canis minor constellation, Aquila constellation, Ophiuchus constellation, Serpens constellation, Sextans constellation, Hydra constellation, Monoceros constellation, Orion constellation, and Cetus constellation. His eyes were filled with flames. He smiled at the stunned old man, and with an extremely elegant and noble tone, he slowly squeezed out 3 words: "Kill him." 4 light spears flew over from both sides when Tang Yi's Zanbato slashed down. The 4 light spears entered his blade aura at the same time. The dazzling light aura suddenly blazed. It was as though Tang Yi was holding up a sun. Ta, ta, ta. Chi, chi, chi. This scene. Why does it look like I'm collecting protection fees? No, one move. Tang Yi. Whoever is the first to escape, kill him. Of course. It doesn't matter if you don't have it. What is more valuable than life? Since no one is speaking, then I will speak. Everyone leave something behind. Anything is fine, as long as it is worth 100 million star coins. Money cards are welcome. The old man seemed to have awoken from his dream and screamed in despair. No. They were actually being extorted in such an open and above-board manner. Before Tang Tian finished speaking, Tang Yi had already rushed out. The old man's staff technique was ferocious. Facing the light spears, he did not have the slightest bit of fear or retreat. He bellowed, his hair and beard fluttering. He struck out with his staff. The light spears exploded, his figure retreating a few steps, his clothes torn. His mind relaxed. His face naturally became arrogant and reserved. He was waiting for Tang Tian to give him a way out. As long as he was not an idiot, he would definitely not dare to offend Aquila constellation at such a time. I am such an ambitious aristocratic family disciple. How did I end up in such a state? Crane wanted to cry, but had no tears. Chapter 399. Lu Zhongguang was roused. He knew that Xiao was smarter than him and would definitely be able to see more. Ta Dun's plateau army appeared in everyone's vision. Crane held onto the cloth bags and walked over one by one. Lu Zhongguang helplessly waved his hand. If you want to laugh, laugh. Tang Tian muttered in his heart. He had a sudden inspiration and felt that only by ruthlessly cutting them with a knife could he appease the godlike young lad's anger. The crucial point was it was star coins. In this day and age, who would go against star coins? He knew the commotion caused by the battle tonight would not dissipate so quickly. Lu Zhongguang secretly evaluated in his heart. His hands were not slow and threw a money card in. After a while, Xiao raised his head. His shy and delicate face was brimming with confidence. There are a few things worth noting. Lu Zhongguang was startled. Forget it, this godlike young lad has a great dream. Lu Zhongguang subconsciously blurted out, "What is it?" He did not expect that Angelina would hand it over, and with that, they could rightfully occupy the waterway. This also meant Angelina had already viewed Lupus constellation as a stronger constellation than Andromeda constellation. Tang Tian, who was sitting with a golden knife, was overjoyed. 100 million per person. And they really paid. Tyrants. They are all tyrants. After the ecstasy, his heart was filled with regret. Seeing them so happy, his asking price was too low. But very quickly, Tang Tian consoled himself. It was not too little. There were still 13 people present. That was one. 3 billion. He had to consider if he should rob for a living in the future. The money came too quickly. Tang Tian's way of shouting was also very skillful. It successfully split the crowd. No one was willing to be the first to speak. But Crane was still surprised at Angelina's decisiveness. Knowing that she had made a mistake, she did not hesitate to invest in it to redeem herself. This kind of scheming was not something an ordinary person could do. Even he, who was previously dissatisfied with her for bringing the trouble here, after such an apology, all his dissatisfaction disappeared. Firstly, it was obvious that they had planned this, and tonight was a trap. Crane was dressed in black. He was extraordinarily handsome. His face had the shyness of a boy next door, causing Lu Zhongguang to think of Xiao. However, his temperament was more robust than Xiao's. Oh, it seemed that he was still a little reserved. Compared to that scheming Tang Tian, he was simply pure and flawless. Andromeda constellation's star doors to the other northern sky constellations were all managed by their respective star doors. Xiao, he is just a spirit general martial artist. Lu Zhongguang reacted and shook his head. Lu Zhongguang's heart was filled with amazement. Right at this moment, an awkward and distressed voice sounded in his ear. "Thank you for your patronage." Even such a stupid person can see that. Crane glanced at the ecstatic Tang Tian. His heart was filled with sorrow. Unknowingly, this unreliable person seems to have become a tyrant. Crane laughed at himself from the corner of his eyes. He saw that Ling Su had already impatiently returned to continue training. All right, I truly envy those simple-minded people. After calming down, he could not help but praise. Other than killing the martial artists of Aquila constellation, which made him feel a little rash, he simply could not think of a better way to deal with the current situation. Should I kill all of them? Obviously not possible. The current situation, not only did it have enough deterrence, it also gave everyone some leeway to buffer. Secondly, the martial techniques that Tang Tian displayed. I have never displayed them before. From the looks of it, it should be a unique martial technique, and his attainment is extremely profound. "I am sorry, I am late," Ta Dun said. His face did not have any clues. His Majesty did not expect that these things would actually bring so much trouble to everyone. No matter what, Andromeda constellation has to take responsibility for this matter, to express our apologies, and for the friendship between Andromeda constellation and Lupus constellation to last forever. His Majesty has already decided to give the Season Fields waterways exit a radius of 50 kilometers to the Lupus constellation, and your noble side can build a city there. After Crane collected the money, Tang Tian stood up in satisfaction and clapped his hands. "All right, I will not keep everyone for a meal. You are welcome to come again." Rumble, the sound of a large-scale cavalry approaching. The Lupus army immediately stopped what they were doing and maintained their vigilance. If Crane knew of Tang Tian's muttering, he would definitely not say a word and smash the sack on his face. Lu Zhongguang already completely believed in Xiao's judgment. To him, the Lupus army was truly powerful, but to keep everyone here, it was impossible. There were many martial artists present, and if the situation became chaotic, how many could the Lupus army kill? And if they were to provoke everyone into a common enemy, with the strength of the people present, there was a chance to turn defeat into victory. "You are welcome to come again." Everyone looked at Tang Tian, and Tang Tian could see the anger in everyone's eyes, but he did not care. But there were a few people who were calm and did not show any joy or anger, causing Tang Tian to instinctively feel danger. What a superb psychological control ability. So what if he is a spirit military leader? A Xiao who was drinking water stopped. Can a spirit military leader be a unique military leader? Have you forgotten about the one from Ursa Major constellation? The ownership of the star door had always been the core benefit of Heaven's Road, and on this point, no constellation would easily give it up. For example, Orion Andromeda star door, the ownership was in the hands of Orion constellation, and both ends of the star door were controlled by Orion constellation. That was normal because Orion constellation was one of the 10 equatorial palace halls and was 2 levels higher than Andromeda constellation and was much stronger. Crane's footsteps stopped. Xiao said slowly, Tang Yi is a unique military leader. Crane saw that Tang Tian was almost drooling and could not bear to watch. Hey, please pay attention to your image. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Xiao shook his head, a light aura flickering in his eyes. Luckily for the battle tonight, Tang Tian's true strength was revealed. If not, we would definitely be at a disadvantage. It seemed, unknowingly, he had already reached this stage. Why was it that his memories were filled with unreliable people? Lu Zhongguang returned to his residence, and before entering, he saw Xiao and his teacher standing on the wall. Xiao had a mischievous look on his face, while his teacher was smiling. To the completely sealed Lupus constellation, the value of the waterway was incomparable. But the words "thank you for your patronage" made Lu Zhongguang feel uncomfortable, coming to someone else's territory and being forced to fork out money to redeem himself. Such a thing was embarrassing. After Lu Zhongguang experienced the initial shock, he quickly calmed down. He had followed his teacher everywhere and had seen many things, so he had the mental fortitude to do so. Although he did not understand what was going on, but if he were to reject such a big gift, then Tang Tian would not be Tang Tian. He said passionately, "Thank you so much, Princess Angelina. Our Lupus constellation is definitely a good friend of Andromeda constellation." The person who was killed has already been investigated. He is a famous expert of Aquila constellation, Qian Kuei Song, ranked 4558 on the Heaven Road list. Xiao's eyes flashed. Tang Yi appeared in the battle with Yi Zhaogu. He led 200 Lupus martial artists to attack, but was blocked by Yi Zhaoji's sword and lost his fighting strength. But today, he only brought 40 soldiers and killed Qian Kuei Song. That's an incredible leap. Scheming. Lu Zhongguang was startled. He thought carefully and nodded his head. Xiao is right. Tang Yi's blade was too strong, so strong that we did not even have the courage to resist. He already knew that with such a huge commotion, his teacher and Xiao would definitely be alerted. Who knows, maybe his teacher and Xiao were hiding in the dark, preparing to save him. The black-clothed young lady whistled behind her veil and laughed. What a handsome little brother. Lu Zhongguang's expression became serious and told her everything that happened. In detail, I am too inexperienced. Crane was very clear. From that day onwards, the waterway completely belonged to Lupus constellation. Similarly to the current Lupus constellation, Fairy City was practically defenseless. Even when he had the upper hand, he still did not forget to disguise himself as a hooligan to create a false impression. To be so young, to be so monstrous, truly too powerful. When he said that, Crane's expression changed. After that, he kept quiet and looked at Xiao. He knew that Xiao was thinking carefully. His teacher also closed his eyes to rest, as though he was thinking about something. Crane grabbed the bag with both hands and appeared in front of Lu Zhongguang. The young man's face had a look of shame. Unparalleled military general. Lu Zhongguang's eyes opened wide and stuttered. Those 4 words, compared to the battle that happened tonight, had a bigger impact on him. Lu Zhongguang then placed his attention on Crane and secretly praised in his heart, "What a beautiful young man." Fourthly, Zhongguang just said that the strength of the Lupus army soldiers are all around the 6th level, and their combined attack is perfect, so their assault was very strong and injured a few people. But when Tang Yi charged, we were there, and the power was definitely not the combined attack of 46th level martial artists. Xiu pointed out a finger, thinking about it carefully, although there were a few battles that shook him to the core, but Crane was still confused about how he got to where he was today. Thirdly, the Lupus army is much stronger than we expected, and we cannot treat them as an ordinary army. Back at the residence, Lu Zhongguang finally relaxed and laughed bitterly. "I lost face tonight." Everyone quickly dispersed, and the Lupus army cleaned up the scene. "Teacher, and I have already calculated, although the coordination of the Lupus army is much stronger, but the true power of the soldiers did not change much. That means the power of their blade auras will not change much, but the power of Tang Yi's blade far exceeded the combined attack of 46th level blade auras. Then there is only one possibility. He was definitely scheming." "That's right, that is a good thing." Adrian nodded his head. "Tell us about the situation tonight. When we went, it was already rather late, and we did not see much." "That is the only possibility." Xiu said a lot and felt thirsty, so he sat down to drink some water. For them to forcefully occupy the exit of the waterway, from a legal point of view, it was not justifiable. If they were to instigate it, it would cause the martial artists of Andromeda Constellation to dislike Lupus Constellation. Chapter 400. "Thank you, Master." Tang Yi was overjoyed and could not help but say, "Master, we need more Andromeda battle robes." Seeing the happiness on Tang Yi's face, he shook his head and said unhappily, "Hey, big guy, you've fallen." Only by using a spear to stab the opponent to death can it be called a true battle. Crane was surprised. Tang Tian looked extremely tired, with sparkling saliva at the corner of his mouth. "I'll give them all to you." Tang Tian immediately shook his head. The star power's effect was obviously not to increase the power of true power. Tang Yi acted as though he did not hear anything. Crane looked at Tang Tian in shock. This rascal actually leaned against the wall and fell asleep. Wrong. Tang Tian happily sent Ta Dun off. And along with Ta Dun were 300 energy beast corpses. Ta Dun was in a good mood with the 300 energy beasts. He could shut everyone's mouths. The current Andromeda constellation, with internal and external troubles, was like a volcano. If one was not careful, it would collapse. It was truly special. This is the Andromeda treasure. Yes, Father. The mechanical spirit weapon is a brand new mechanical weapon created by 3 Spirit City because it has a martial spirit. The long-robed young man explained. Interesting. It looked like a classic battle robe. Sai Lei's face was frosty. He sat at the top, listening to the mechanical engineers explaining their plans. 3 Spirits City, the battle a few days ago, had caused a huge disturbance in 3 Spirits City. But the population of 3 Spirits City did not decrease, but instead increased. Invisibility. Crane blurted out. This type of mechanism can provide us with a strong defense. It can block rank 8 martial technique attacks. The only weakness is that the consumption of star rocks is very high. Could there be some inside story that no one knew about? Tang Tian was slightly disappointed with the Andromeda battle robe. He did not like the invisibility function. This godlike young lad, how could he use such a wretched method to win? Southern Cross Army style. The old man's eyes flashed with an undetectable light aura. He suddenly noticed another term. Did you just say mechanical spirit weapons? This kind of mechanism can specially break through all kinds of illusions, especially the illusions of water element true power. It is extremely destructive. The flowing wind group was infamous, but they were defeated and returned with heavy losses. It would be difficult for Three Spirits City to remain quiet. The doubts in the long-robed young man's heart intensified. His father, who had always been swift and decisive, actually didn't give any orders this time. Wait a minute! Tang Tian waved his hand and gave them all to Tang Yi. What had this guy been doing these past few days? The old man's outburst was like an illusion. He regained his composure and muttered, "Southern Cross Army, mechanical spirit weapons." Could they have succeeded? The old man's expression relaxed, and a rare look of fatigue appeared on his face. He sat on the chair and quickly fell asleep. "Yes, father." The long-robed young man did his best to resist this terrifying aura. His heart was filled with doubts. This was the first time he had seen his father lose control like this. Tang Tian cried out in surprise. His expression was strange. This subordinate has created an umbrella-shaped mechanism called the Nest Umbrella. It uses the number 29 bronze. It is able to float in the air and control the airflow freely. Inside the umbrella frame is the mucus of the Ah-Lin beast. After a high-speed machine gun, it can shoot out 60 m. Upon contact with the air, the mucus of the Ah-Lin beast will form an extremely sturdy thread. As long as the enemy enters the range of the Nest Umbrella, the 13 high-speed machine guns will be able to form an impenetrable spider web in the air. Ling Su impatiently urged, "Quickly take it out, and let me see." "Them? Who are they?" "Based on the information we have, they have a close relationship with the Mo family." The long-robed young man tried his best to slow down his tone and make himself seem even calmer, but their mechanical spirit weapons have the obvious style of the Southern Cross Army. Tang Tian slept like a baby. The three of them picked up one each. His own nest was easily invaded by others. Wasn't his name as a mechanical grandmaster in vain? Is that what you think? Mechanical army, that was a place that people yearned for. What made them happy was that the bronze base had started to recruit people, but the layers and layers of strange examinations made the inside even more mysterious. Taking a deep breath, Crane resisted the urge to beat him up. He advised earnestly, "Tang Tian, what you are doing is wrong. Although absolute justice is inflexible, but for something like robbing, it will be like a drug that will continuously corrode your willpower. A righteous soul is the cornerstone for us to achieve great things. Furthermore, we do not lack money." Tang Tian and the other two gathered together curiously. Even Crane could not help but reveal a look of curiosity. He knew about the fairy textiles, but it was the first time he had seen one that was able to nurture it into a treasure. In the previous battle, Sai Lei was unable to provide any help, causing her to be extremely angry. This is a type of mechanical spider created by this subordinate. It is only the size of a gold coin. They are extremely sensitive to even the slightest vibration, including the movement of the air. We can mass-produce them and cover every corner of the base. Anyone who wants to sneak into our base would be delusional. He was a battle maniac who loved to defeat his enemies head-on. He had always disdained and looked down on sneaking up behind his enemies to ambush them from behind. Tang Yi, who was at the side, revealed a look of joy. As a general, how could he not know the value of being invisible? "Yes, father." The long-robed young man replied respectfully, "I have personally witnessed the battle. Although they are still very young, but the embryonic form of the army is already there. But compared to the bustling outside, the interior of the bronze base was extremely strict." He then turned his head and laughed. "Little Crane, you must have a good time collecting money tonight." After a moment, the old man raised his head. His face did not have any strange expression. "I know about it. You can go and do what you need to do." Tang Tian could feel that his martial spirit and the battle robes were able to establish a connection. He tried to communicate with the battle robes. Suddenly, he felt a surge of star power rushing into his body. I am sure. The old man did not hesitate. Where did they come from? The small Three-Spirit City was suddenly filled to the brim. The place with the most people in Three-Spirit City was the entrance of the bronze base. Countless mechanical martial artists squeezed their way into the place that was hailed as the current #1 mechanical training camp. The man's figure was like a reflection in the water. Slowly, he became blurry and disappeared. I know, Tang Tian casually replied. Ling Su raised his nose proudly and went to train. Suddenly, his heart moved. The star power of the battle robes flowed along the surface of Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian's body slowly disappeared in front of the two of them. The long-robed young man sensed that something was amiss. He did not reveal it. Instead, he respectfully replied, Yes, father. The old man was deep in thought in his room. Only when the sky started to darken did he wake up. The old man said, Go to Three-Spirit City and bring the leader of the bronze base back. Looking at the gradually brightening lights outside the window, a look of determination flashed past his eyes. He pressed a button on his desk. After a while, an ordinary-looking man entered the room. No one had any objections to the tests. Instead, it made everyone scramble for it. All the mechanical martial artists thought that it was definitely a new method created by the bronze base. Who passed the tests, and how many tests had already become the hottest topic among the mechanical martial artists in Three-Spirit City. You said it has a martial spirit. The old man's eyes widened. In that instant, the aura that exploded out caused the long-robed young man to choke. These mechanical wolves are extremely agile and fast. The power of their attacks is equivalent to a rank 7 martial technique. After adding the martial spirit to them, they are extremely intelligent. They are definitely not inferior to the real star spirit wolves. Ling Su, as expected, you are a real man. Tang Tian praised. Tang Tian bellowed. He punched out. A faint fist aura was released from his fist. Are you sure? The man looked at him. I only owe you one last thing. If the Lupus army had the ability to become invisible, then their fighting strength would immediately rise to a new level. The Lupus army had the Flaming Steps horses. Their charging abilities were outstanding. If they had the ability to become invisible, then their enemies would definitely not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Tang Tian and Ling Su, who could not wait any longer, had already donned their battle robes. Ling Su had also found the trick to use it, but his face revealed a look of disappointment. He mumbled, Boring. Crane carefully inspected the star treasure in his hand. It was truly different from ordinary star treasures. There were obvious traces of handwork, but the dense star power made people not suspect that it was a star treasure. It was light in his hand, as though it was weightless. Crane was surprised. What made people even more excited was that this was the first time a mechanical army had achieved victory since the era of the 3 great armies. In a moment, all the mechanical martial artists and mechanical engineers from the various big constellations swarmed towards Three-Spirit City. The old man's question was filled with pressure like his gaze. The battle robe stuck to his body. It tightly wrapped around his body. Tang Tian felt as though he was being enveloped by the dense star power. It was warm and comfortable. Crane's expression froze. The long-robed young man was taken aback. His father was inflexible and stubborn. Anyone would be fearful of him. He was extremely disgusted with any half-hearted actions. Every time he reported to his father, he would receive a clear order. I understand was something that had never appeared before in his memories. That night, she ordered every mechanical engineer under her to come up with a plan for the mechanism. She wanted to build a real bronze fort. This huge family, under his father's orders, advanced at a high speed. The low and dignified voice resonated in the room. The long-robed young man's heart trembled. Since young, this voice had left an indelible mark in his heart. Even if he had grown up and was in charge of an area, when he heard this voice, his heart would still tremble uncontrollably. Behind the desk, an old man in his 50s, dressed in a military uniform, sat upright on a soft, velvet chair. His white hair was meticulously combed, and his gaze was filled with a sense of oppression. Chapter 4:01. After the battle a few nights ago, they finally realized that this place was not as safe as they thought it was. Madame Sun raised a question. How do we control these star spirit beasts? Finished, he completely ignored everyone and left like a gust of wind. These people were all pulled over by Old Man Fei, and amongst this group of people, Old Man Fei still had some prestige. Everyone's eyes turned to look at him. Everyone could not help but reveal a look of surprise. The short and fat lady was Madame Lin. Her standard was rather ordinary. She was usually quiet and did not speak much. Everyone would subconsciously ignore her. It was a perfect ancient defensive position. Sai Lei's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. All of you go back to your positions. Whoever dares to drop the ball at such a crucial time. Humph, humph. All right, old Dan. Don't talk about old scores. Anyways this time, whoever dares to run is a coward. A black-faced old man sneered. The first one to deliver himself to us, the Blood Meridian's laboratory, was currently an important part of the Bronze Base. Before the expansion of the mechanical laboratory, their scale had exceeded the mechanical laboratory for a long time. He could see that the inside of the Bronze Base was heavily guarded. The long-robed young man laughed. We will know soon enough. A middle-aged lady said indifferently, I am researching on the ancient lizard blood meridians. Recently, I have separated out a very special poison. It can paralyze a person's nerves. It has a strong penetration ability towards true power. We can place this poison at the crucial location. Madame Lin did not panic because of everyone's attention. She said calmly, in the past, my body was not good, but I could not hire anyone. So I was thinking of using star spirit beasts to help. After that, I realized that as long as I inject a diluted star spirit beast blood meridian into my body, it would feel close to me. But there is still a problem with the communication between both parties. Previously, when I was separating the ancient wolf blood meridians, I realized that the ancient wolf blood meridians were able to sense each other. After that, I realized that as long as both parties absorbed the diluted ancient wolf blood meridians, they would be able to successfully communicate. When he flew up the wall, the scene in front of him surprised him. Sai Lei looked at the image in front of him and gritted his teeth. Luckily, Big Sis was prepared. Can we use the method of mechanical spirit weapons? The black-faced old man asked. We can change its martial spirit. Everyone gathered together and decided to think of a solution, but they soon began to quarrel. That could only mean that the other party had an extremely deep understanding of the ancient defensive positions. How could such a person not know the flaws and weaknesses of the ancient defensive positions? In the past 5 days, according to the arrangements outside, he had made repeated deductions along a few flaws and came up with more than 15 possible traps. An ancient defensive formation that was even more accurate than a textbook. It wasn't easy for them to find a place to settle down, so they were quite satisfied. They hadn't seen their boss for hundreds of years. If it were someone else's subordinates, they would definitely be anxious. However, for these bloodline specialists who were engrossed in their research and didn't like worldly affairs, it couldn't be better. Don't bother them if there's nothing important. That was what these people were thinking. Everyone immediately kept quiet out of fear. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. The underground mechanical laboratory was already in complete chaos. All of the mechanical engineers were extremely excited, as though they had been injected with chicken blood. He had absolute confidence in his own strength, but he had never relied solely on his personal strength to charge around recklessly. In his opinion, that kind of reckless behavior would only be courting death. Sai lay frowned and bellowed. "All of you shut up." The night was extremely suitable for stealth. The dark clouds had covered the moon, and it was pitch black to the point that one could not even see their fingers. Duan Mu was like a shadow, quietly getting closer to the bronze base. He quietly landed on the city wall. Old Man Fei shook his head. "Impossible. The martial spirit of a star spirit beast is much more complicated than a mechanical spirit weapon." The biggest meeting room of the Blood Meridian's laboratory was filled with people. Duan Mu looked at the bronze fort from afar. He had already observed it for a full 7 days. He did not make a move immediately. He was a cautious person, and without absolute confidence, he would never make a move. Even after doing that, he would regain his composure. He was still as patient as before. That was the opponent's true flaw. He had some suspicions. After looking carefully, he realized that there really were bronze umbrellas floating in the air. There was an astonishing number of them, at least a few hundred of them. Duan Mu was extremely confident, but he was not careless. His light body technique was outstanding and did not alert anyone. His feet did not even touch the walls, and like a lump of air, he swept across the air without a sound. He did not notice that in a pile of junk in the corner, a bronze spider the size of a gold coin was trembling slightly. Scared? Bullshit! An old man with hair and beard stood up. His face flushed red. He slammed the table and roared. "I, Old Dan, have never been afraid of anyone. That year, what was that? I forgot his name. He was ranked 3,000 plus on the 3 boards. Their temperament was eccentric, not because they were stupid, but because of their pride. They also understood the stakes." The skinny old man's face revealed a distressed look. "This is also the problem that I have encountered. These 3-star spirit beasts are all in my laboratory cages, and they are completely out of my control." Because he did not find anything out of the ordinary, which made him feel even more strange. Every detail was perfectly restored to the ancient city wall layout. All the professionals who were interested in the ancient city wall, if they saw this base, would definitely sigh in admiration. Everyone knew if this method was successful, it would be an incredible thing. "Haha, luckily we are prepared." Just then, a short and fat lady in the corner spoke. "Maybe I have a way." Although they did not see eye to eye, but that was just an academic dispute. After quarreling and fighting, everyone enjoyed the atmosphere there. They were currently quarreling intensely. The long-robed young man looked at the report in his hand and was surprised. Such a large-scale movement of resources was definitely not normal, especially the amount of bronze. It was shocking. Prepare the feast. Until the 10th day, he had to admit the opponent's standard was high, something he had never seen before. After a full 10 days, he actually could not find any traces of them disguising themselves. This did not surprise him. After going through a battle, if the opponent's defense was still lax, they would not even need him to take action. As expected, they are walking right into the trap. Umbrella? The interior of the bronze city wall was extremely spacious, but as far as the eye could see, there were many umbrellas floating in the air. Old Man Fei impatiently slammed the table. "All of you stop. I called you all here to discuss any good ideas. Don't talk nonsense." Whoosh! Everyone stood up at the same time and followed behind, wanting to see what was going on. Could it be that they are planning to expand their army? Playboy asked carefully. He was not stupid. His big brother's attention to 3 Spirits City had exceeded his expectations. With his understanding of his big brother, There was definitely a reason for him to place such importance on it. Could it be that this matter was so important? They had met an expert, strong strength, only with a detailed and thorough plan. Could they be successful? A skinny old man who was picking his feet suddenly raised his head. You want to scare us away with just the flowing wind group? I'm so embarrassed by your words. Even old man Fay's face revealed an interested expression. What's the result? But he still did not act blindly without thinking. Such an unusual arrangement could possibly be a trap. Duan Mu did not think that there would still be people who would truly use the ancient methods to set up a defense. The battle that happened that night had scared them silly, but what followed after was incomparable anger. The blood meridian specialists that old man Fay had recruited were mostly people with good strength, but were not satisfied. Most of them were people with bad tempers and were not liked by others. He knew who his father had sent, the mysterious man by his father's side. He had never seen him before, but he knew that his father had such a strong and mysterious martial artist by his side, and only at the most crucial time would his father send him out. Duan Mu was calm and collected, but he was not afraid to be able to make him go out. How could the opponent be weak? Pa! She snapped her fingers. The long-robed young man had some suspicions, but very quickly he did not think about it. With this person going out, very quickly the truth would be revealed, waiting for the result. At this time, there was no need to act blindly without thinking. That's great. The skinny old man slapped his thigh, extremely excited. I will go and try it now. Everyone was shocked. Good stuff. As expected of Madam's son. The skinny old man's eyes lit up, and he stopped picking his feet. I will not hide it anymore. I have been doing research for a while now. The direction of the research is if the blood meridians are injected into the body of a star spirit beast, can it produce an even stronger star spirit beast? I have already succeeded with 3 types of star spirit beasts, and they are relatively strong. The skinny old man's face revealed a pleased look. Many of the arrangements in the bronze base looked weird in his eyes because they were all too ancient. The ancient constructions naturally had a huge difference from the present, and after so many years, many tactics had undergone huge changes. The reason why these ancient arrangements were ineffective was because generations after generations of continuous research, people had long found their flaws and solutions. The skinny old man's thoughts attracted many people's interest. He chose an important point of the opponent's defense as a breakthrough point, because in that position, it was definitely impossible to set up any traps. On the 15th day, he decided to move out. Are they going to start a war? In the ancient defensive formation, his current position was the area where the attacks were the most concentrated. As long as a martial artist had some research on the ancient defensive formations, they would definitely not choose this place as a breakthrough point. Everyone dispersed in an uproar. What's the use of not being able to control it? The old man who slammed the table and roared earlier sneered. The ancient-style base, in his eyes, was like an unguarded beauty. The situation was strange, because it was the most impossible area to set up a trap. Since the opponent knew, and still intentionally did it, there was definitely something fishy. In the 7 days, he carefully checked the surroundings of the bronze base, and felt that it was strange. He went around for 7 days, and became more cautious. It must be some kind of mechanism. Duan Mu became even more cautious. Chapter 402. Is this guy's brain fried? To run to the firepower area. That is where our attacks are the strongest, a student said with a face of confusion. In the other direction of the base, in the Blood Meridian's laboratory, a group of people with all sorts of different shapes and sizes gathered together. Good. I already said that the bitch is not so simple. She has been eyeing us for a long time. Could it be that there were people from outside? An old man scolded, unwillingly. This time we were snatched by the bitches who forge iron first. In the past, He did not even put mechanical engineers in his eyes. In all the professions, mechanical engineers had been declining for too long, to the point that only mechanical martial artists could be compared to them. A trace of uneasiness rose in his heart. Duan-mu was very careful. His experience in sneaking around was extremely rich, regardless of whether it was the control of light or the suppression of sound. They were all perfect. He felt that his condition that night was the best. His body had an appropriate degree of excitement. His mind was extremely calm. Every time he was in such a state, he would be able to display his abilities and obtain inconceivable victories. Mechanical Weapons Laboratory. That's right. Old Man Fei was extremely excited. Previously, everyone knows about the expansion of the metal forging department. Humph, it was the metal forging department. They were jealous of our scale and wanted to expand. Boss had no choice and could only reluctantly agree. All of the mechanical engineers held their breaths. Sai Lei's arrogant words entered their ears, causing their fighting intent to soar. Sai, the fear on their faces became even thicker. Oh my God, that was too scary. They did not have any good feelings towards the mechanical weapons laboratory and called it the metal forging department. And the boss of the mechanical weapons laboratory, Sai Lei, was called the bitch who forged iron. Everyone get ready. Now, at beginning, destroy him. Old Man Fei was extremely vexed. Our reaction was too slow. What's wrong with the bitch? Madam Sun said coldly. A few of the female blood meridian specialists all had a gloomy face. Are all experts so stubborn? Another student asked, innocently. We definitely cannot lose to them. To lose to a bitch. This old man cannot accept it. Boss, are we just going to watch like this? Another student said, unwillingly, for the funds. That is a good thing. The students did not understand. Is the boss out of money? Mozu did not even look at them and continued to immerse himself in the plot. For this glorious tradition to continue, Team A will become the first testing group for the new mechanical spirit weapons. Suddenly, a shadow fell from above. A few mechanical wolves quietly appeared on the city wall not far away, their bodies glowing with a metallic luster. A mechanical malfunction caused an accident during training. Mozu said expressionlessly. After a few days of investigation, Duan-mu understood the base very well. Many people in Three Spirits City proudly claimed that the base had the most advanced mechanical techniques, and from the looks of it, it was not without reason. Their movements were light and agile, and the sound of their feet landing on the ground was very soft. When they lined up, they were like an army. Everyone was in high spirits. In the corner, Duan-mu carefully sized up the bronze wolves, praising in his heart the craftsmanship was truly exquisite. These bronze wolves were about the same size as real wolves and were different from normal mechanical wolves. They looked extremely exquisite. Without thick joints or bloated bodies, they were like works of art, very beautiful. However, their glistening blue claws and teeth made them look very dangerous. Boss, it's not that exaggerated, right? The student who was hit said with grievance. The mechanical wolf did not seem to have noticed him and slowly advanced forward, not revealing any form of attack. The student swallowed his saliva. Boss, what you said is too scary. He cleared his throat and imitated Sai Lei's tone and said, recently we have researched a brand new mechanical spirit weapon. To test its actual battle capabilities, we will temporarily let you Team A experience it. Just at that moment, a rustling sound came from below the city wall. Duan-mu felt weird, but the mechanical wolf was already very close to him, and he was unable to look down to see what was happening. Mozu warned, do you know who you cannot provoke in this base? The 108 Bronze Men Square Formation has been assembled. Scary? Mozu looked at the group of immature students with pity and continued to sneer. That's scary? You guys are too inexperienced. How did I die? Boss, The student who was pointed at asked with a face full of confusion. Mozu waved his hand. In the future, please call her first big sister. Tonight, Mozu's team was in charge of guarding, and a large group of people surrounded the video, discussing enthusiastically. There shouldn't be any relation, Madame Lin said uncertainly. That's right. Mozu rolled her eyes. What? Don't tell me you want to snatch big sister's business? Exaggerated? Mozu sneered. Do you know why I am the group leader and you are a small fart? It is because of the difference in our taste and foresight. Master Bing is a big figure. He will not care about the matters below. Boss Cho, we have offended him. At most, we will be punished with training, confinement, or something. But think about it. What are the consequences of offending Big Sister? Inside the base, it was already a mess. His face revealed a look of caution, and then his pupils constricted. Profound. Boss, your words are too profound and classic. Everyone below exploded. Nest Umbrella, enter the designated position. She stared at Duanmu in the video, her face revealing a crazed expression. Her snow-white hands loosened her collar and fiercely muttered to herself, To dare to be impudent in my territory, you must be tired of living. Duanmu was experienced and knowledgeable, but it was the first time he had seen someone who could create a mechanical wolf to such a standard. Activate the scissors' defense. The stakes are too high. Old Man Face shook his head and said in a deep voice, Everyone's days have been good, but we cannot be careless. It was not easy to find such a generous boss. If we were to lose this golden thigh, everyone's days will not be good. Sigh. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The innocent companions were so scared that their faces started to turn white. Flatten the iron smithing division. The companions with faces full of fear all nodded their heads and said in unison, First Big Sister. The bronze wolves formed a line and patrolled along the walls. If it was like that, it would not be a bad thing for him, as it was beneficial for him to fish in troubled waters. Without being clear of the situation, he would not act blindly without thinking. That was his experience. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she spat out 3 words like a fire-breathing dragon. Duanmu did not move. Mozu nodded his head in satisfaction. Who else dares to snatch Big Sister's business? Old Man Face signaled for everyone to be quiet and continued, What you guys said did not happen. Boss is good. But everyone think about it. No matter how rich Boss is, he has a limit to his money. If he gave it to us, it would be fine. But we still have a competitor. Incessant reports entered Sai Lei's ears. The excited Sai Lei stepped on the chair with one leg, the tight-fitting leather one-piece battle uniform, accentuating her perfect curves. Under the light, her bewitching lipstick flashed with a sexy and crazy luster. Suddenly, his ears moved. Mozu crossed his arms and casually replied, She is an expert after all. Duanmu was surprised, but his heart calmed down. He was definitely not the only one keeping an eye on the bronze base. Maybe there were other people taking action tonight. The student who spoke just now mumbled, Boss, you can't be talking about Big Sister Sai Lei, right? The student immediately shrunk his neck and did not say anything. The mechanical wolves have completed the encirclement. That's right, that's right. You are talking about the old lady who forged iron? The skinny old man asked. Something good. Mozu pointed to a few students with his orchid fingers. Then, you died. A group of old men and women dressed in colorful clothes spread out with killing intent. Their faces were filled with fear, and their faces were pale white. Duanmu raised his head. Unknowingly, the bronze umbrellas had already floated outside the city walls. Mozu glanced at the students. Can you be an expert if you think it through? Everyone shook their heads like a rattle drum. But now he realized mechanical engineers were truly an annoying profession. There were all sorts of weird things, making it hard for people to defend against. especially if the mechanical engineer's standard was high. Then it was even more annoying. Old Man Fay nodded his head satisfyingly. Everyone defend well. From what I see, the metal forging department is not reliable to truly make the final decision. It is still our Blood Meridian's laboratory. Everyone be alert for the funds. Duan Mu held his breath like a shadow. He shrunk into a corner. Duan Mu was very calm. He had long expected to meet with mechanical beasts. There were many outstanding mechanical engineers here. It would be weird if there were no mechanical beasts. Mozu continued to sneer. When you guys are training, suddenly crack, the joints of the mechanical spirit weapon break. Then you will be like a graceful swan. Even the arc you fly out is very graceful. If you were to fight, you will become a graceful swan. Use your brain, please. They are in charge of logistics. If they move their fingers, your lives will be gone. Bullshit. Mozu's hand immediately knocked the student's head, his gaze sweeping across the rest. All of you better remember this. You can provoke anyone, but you definitely cannot provoke Big Sister. Little guy, you can still hold it in. Bronze Wolf, what's wrong with Boss? All 360 mechanical crossbows are to be activated. The students started to suck up to him. Mozu was enjoying it. He patted the student's shoulder. Young lad, work hard. Old Man Fay saw that there was going to be a civil war and immediately changed the topic. So we definitely cannot let the metal forging department look down on us. We need to let Boss see. To give us the funds, compared to the metal forging department, we are much more useful. Mozu's orchid fingers appeared again, imitating Sai Lei's tone of mourning. I never thought that this mechanical spirit weapon would actually have such a serious flaw. We will go through a new round of modifications and upgrades. The students who sacrificed themselves for the development of our mechanical spirit weapon have made an indelible contribution. We will pay our respects to them. Chapter 4:03. I bet 7 rounds. Chi. Duan Mu took a deep breath. Unknowingly, a big silver shield appeared in his hands. Unique sword technique. Heavenly Dragon Roar. A sword appeared in his hand. The sword struck out like the wind, the sharp sword, aura effortlessly slicing the bronze man in front of him into 2. But he was not the least bit happy. The bronze rod on his left smashed over with an astonishing sound of wind, the spear, blade, and sword on his right. The remaining few mechanical wolves flew back, and their vitality was greatly injured. I bet 10 rounds. The student tactfully changed the topic. Bang! The movement on the ground caused Duan Mu's heart to jump. He immediately lowered his head to look. Duan Mu had already lost his breath, but his reaction was fast. He gathered his remaining true power and injected it into the silver spear. Pooh! He stabbed the silver spear into the city wall. These scissors were the size of a palm. Ka-cha. They opened and closed very quickly. They were like a group of hungry insects. His entire body froze. Unknowingly, a silver spear appeared in his hands. The orderly mechanism sounds came out. The bronze umbrellas that were quietly floating started to rotate at high speeds. Duan Mu was like a nimble monkey. His body swayed. Like a swing, he jumped back onto the city wall. Duan Mu then understood that the opponent had long discovered him. The bronze umbrellas floated outside to prevent him from escaping. He did not understand how the opponent discovered him, but it was not the time to think about it. Scuculum constellation, silver treasure, bull, heavy shield. Pa. Not good. Hoo. Duan Mu understood that the opponent wanted to prevent him from escaping. It meant that the opponent was confident and had made sufficient preparations. If it was a normal martial artist, they would definitely be in a mess. But Duan Mu was extremely calm. In the blink of an eye, Duan Mu was completely surrounded by the densely packed bronze men. He was isolated and helpless. Bang! Sai Lei exclaimed in admiration. Then he snapped his fingers. Ka. A sense of danger rose in his heart. The patrolling mechanical wolves stopped in unison. They turned around and stared at him with their blue eyes. The floorboards started to flip. In the blink of an eye, 108 bronze men formed an orderly square formation. They were all staring at him. The floorboards started to flip. 9 bronze men appeared on the floor. The big shield lit up with a dazzling light aura. Then it exploded into 10 pieces and flew in all directions. It's called Bronze Man, see? The student was frightened by the leader's terrifying face. He started to speak incoherently. Duan Mu heard the voice and knew it was powerful. He subconsciously dodged to the side. The mechanical wolf was much sturdier than he had imagined. It was actually able to withstand such a powerful attack. Duan Mu knew that he would not be able to obtain any benefits today, and did not have the heart to continue fighting. After repelling the mechanical wolves, he turned and flew out of the city walls. The low sound of a crossbow's bowstring sounded out, and 3 shockingly thick rays of light shot towards Duan Mu, who was wielding his shield. Even in the darkness, he could see everything clearly. Even Duan Mu could see everything clearly. Even in he Duan Mu. Although it he Jiang, his outstanding balance was displayed without a doubt. Under the situation where his true power was in disorder, he was still able to maintain his stability. He was like a big bird gliding in the air. The silver spear in his hand was the Northern Sky Triangulum constellation treasure, Triangular Rain Spear. This move was its killing move, Triangle Rain. Looks like I have to clean up the mess. Mo Wu Wei rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Without turning his head, he said, "Everyone, prepare for battle. Come on, let's tell him there's a kind of sea. Please, can you grow some brains?" Mozu rolled his eyes. Of course we are betting on how long he can last under Big Sister's merciless torture. Big Sister is so fierce, who can beat her? His body twisted strangely in midair and was about to slide down the outer wall of the city. At this moment, his pupils shrank again. But very quickly, he noticed that something was wrong because his surroundings had suddenly become incomparably quiet. The floorboards around Duan Mu started to flip one by one, like a wave spreading out. "Boss, your eyes are like a torch." Duan Mu's heart jumped. The other party had already noticed his infiltration. This base actually had something as terrifying as a stronghold crossbow. Even the bad habits of these wily old foxes were not neglected by him. Everyone's eyes lit up. One of the students asked excitedly, "Boss, do we bet on winning or losing?" Ever since he became the group leader, his temperament had become much more lively, as though he had changed into a different person. But he had no choice. In his group, there were many wily old foxes. If he did not mingle with everyone, no one would listen to him. He was not like Mo Wu Wei, who had a high position in the family, so he could only lower his status and mingle with everyone first. Duan Mu's breathing became rough. This sword technique killing move, if it was any other time, naturally would not be a problem, but now that he had continuously attacked, not only did it cause him to be injured, even his breathing and rhythm were completely messed up. Forcefully using it, the meridians in his body were immediately damaged. The tip of his sword lightly touched the bronze rod, and the blade of the sword bent greatly before straightening again. Borrowing this force, he suddenly sped up and rushed into the 3 bronze men on the right. His sword flashed continuously, and the 3 bronze men were heavily damaged in the lower half of their joints. The crisp and clear sounds of impact were concentrated like rain, sparks flying from every mechanical wolf's body. They were hit hard, their bodies trembling violently, and they flew out. 2 crossbow arrows brushed past his body. The airflow caused his entire body to go numb, and the remaining crossbow arrow hit the big shield in his hands. Ding, ding, ding. Bang. Mo Wu Wei was like a mechanical puppet as he stiffly turned his neck, expressionless. You want to change groups? He was completely unable to describe the scene of 108 bronze men shooting towards him at the same time. He was 100% sure that it was not his imagination. All the bronze men raised their heads in an orderly manner, staring at him. Should we go and help them? A student asked weakly. A standard thrust. The silver spear exploded into a silver rain, forming a perfect triangle enveloping all the mechanical wolves. Almost at the same time, the mechanical wolves used all their strength and rushed towards him at an astonishing speed. Duan Mu saw that he had been exposed and did not hide anymore. Without any intention of dodging, he took the initiative to rush towards the mechanical wolves that were rushing towards him. Bang! This move was the only famous move of the shield-type martial technique. Great windmill! The opponent's tight arrangement would only make them arrogant, and to him, it was an opportunity. The sharp sound of air braking came from all directions. The arrows were like rain. There were no blind spots. Pa, pa, pa. Pa, 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 pa. Are you complimenting me for having big eyes? Mozu blinked his small eyes and said, a few hundred scissors jumped up high, releasing an ear-piercing kacha-kacha sound. The opening and closing of the scissors brought up a gust of air, which was less than half a meter away from his feet. Voila! Duan Mu could not care about anything else. He tiptoed, and like an arrow leaving the bow, he rushed into the base. Below the city walls, there was an additional jet black river. The Overlord bow was an even more powerful stronghold-type mechanical crossbow. Its power was astonishing, but its weakness was that the preparation time was longer and the firing frequency was very slow. Duan Mu, who was in mid-air, controlled his body, his true power accumulating. He was like a leaf slowly floating down. As expected of a mechanical grandmaster, Duan Mu groaned, the area between his thumb and index finger dripping with blood. The huge impact caused him to fly out. Duan Mu's heart sank. His first move was a killing technique. He wanted to get rid of the mechanical wolves in one move. But he did not expect that he would only destroy 2 mechanical wolves. This result was far below his expectations. Hearing their leader's words that were filled with killing intent, the rest of them obediently kept quiet. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. In his vision, there were many bronze umbrellas floating. He knew that he could not hesitate. He forcefully raised his true power, the sword light in his hand exploding. The huge Overlord bow had 9 7th-level star rocks embedded in it, releasing a dazzling light aura. The crossbow string was slowly pulled back. The thick and sturdy crossbow arm was slowly changing shape, releasing a sound that caused people's scalps to go numb. The crossbow arrow that was thicker than an arm, the cold light flickering from the arrowhead, caused people's hearts to palpitate, seeing Duan Mu's power. Sai Lei was not the least bit angry, but instead felt extremely excited. His eyes lit up, one of his legs stepped on the chair, and shouted, "Where's the Overlord bow?" Oh, we want to let him have a taste of the Overlord bow. Mo Wu Wei was like a mechanical puppet. He turned his head back stiffly. After a while, he touched his chin and muttered, "How can I win against them?" Duan Mu's scalp went numb. So strong. Mozu's eyes almost dropped to the ground. He patted his chest with lingering fear. Oh, my God. So fierce. Luckily, we have Big Sister suppressing us. Come. Everyone start placing your bets. This is such a good situation. If we don't place our bets, it will be a loss. Strong. Mo Wu Wei from another group stared at the screen for a long time. Even though he was calm and collected, his head was about to explode. The size of the shield was astonishing. It was 3 m tall. Its width was over 5 m. It was much bigger than Duan Mu's body. Are my eyes really that big? The bronze arrows that were shot onto the shield were immediately deflected and shot out in all directions, crackling like rain. A series of explosions came out from the city walls. but before the fragments of the explosions could fly out, they were shot out by the spiderwebs and entangled tightly. That section of the city wall was wrapped with a layer of dense spiderwebs. Duan had a lingering fear. If he was half a beat slower, he would definitely be entangled like a dumpling. The star power flowed from the shield into his arms, causing his arms to expand rapidly. He exhaled loudly, swinging the heavy shield. Like a windmill, it brought forth an astonishing afterimage. Rumble, rumble. Duan maintained his composure. He stood at his original position, not moving an inch. But the power of the bronze rod caused the blood in Duan chest to churn, but at that moment he did not have the time to adjust his breathing. Stronghold crossbow. Damn it! The sword aura was astonishingly sharp, sweeping everything in its path. The 20-odd bronze men beside Duan were all destroyed at the same time. Powerful. Her face exposed a charming smile. Her sexy and alluring lips softly spat out 4 words. The mechanical wolf's attacks flew towards him, 10 crescent-shaped blade auras, instantly appearing in front of him. The sword roared like a dragon, a dazzling sword aura, spiraling like a dragon, rose from the ground. 2 of the mechanical wolves could not withstand the attacks and exploded in the air. The group of mechanical wolves charged into the triangular rain of spears. All of the nest umbrellas were scattered outside the city walls, making it much more comfortable inside. Xiao, xiao, xiao. His companions felt their scalps go numb, but they did not dare to object, and replied in unison, yes. Countless of thin threads shot out from the bronze umbrellas towards him. In the blink of an eye, these thin threads formed an impenetrable net in front of him. Chapter 404. Since it's like that, then let's listen to what the smart people have to say. Are you for real? Don't get it wrong again. Tang Tian's face was full of suspicion and distrust. The Blood Meridian's laboratory exploded. When Tang Tian returned to Three Spirits City, the person who welcomed him was Sai Lei. Then why did we double our training? His voice resonated throughout the base. Can we eat and dash? Yes, as long as we reach Aquarius constellation, we can return to Southern Cross constellation. Bing was certain. Despicable. I'll help you chop it up. Simply, Master was finally going to be freed from the meat skewers. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Duan. Belle jumped in fright. Weapon rack, Duan. Mo Wu Wei shook his head. It doesn't matter. Idiot. Don't you know how to run? Run to the left. There's a path there. Won't we have 2 more rounds if we take a detour? Shui Yan's eyes lit up. His heart was in ecstasy, and he almost cried tears of joy. There's no need to check. Sai Lei said happily. I already know. It's over the funds. This asshole. His mind is extremely calm and decisive. His battle achievements are glorious. I have never heard of him and Grand Duke Huofuman being involved. Belle continued, but if it is Grand Duke Huofuman, it is not strange. The playboy that boss and Sai Lei teased the last time is Huofuman's son. Tang Cho reported, Master Bing is busy with Sky Martial Wolf Academy. I surrender. No, Master, this is a genius idea. Mo Wu Wei's group. Finished, he unceremoniously brought Zhuyen under the water tap and turned it to the maximum. The situation is not looking good. Belle muttered. Leo Constellation and the Honorable Martial Alliance just went through a huge battle, and the Honorable Martial Alliance lost more than 16 gold-ranked martial artists. The Honorable Martial Alliance is constantly mobilizing their strength. If Boss wants to leave, he has to leave as soon as possible. I have discussed with Pai Pa before. From a certain perspective, the 10 Equatorial Palace halls are the vassals of the 12 Ecliptic palaces, and the flames of war will spread to the 10 Equatorial Palace halls, and at that time, it will not be easy to leave. Aquarius. Tang Tian was stunned. Oyangsha rushed all the way to the restaurant. Tang Tian's face turned ugly. Sky Wolf Martial Academy. Energy Hall. His first reaction was that his pocket had deflated again. Where is Uncle Bing? Is he busy? Tang Tian asked curiously. After being splashed with cold water, Juyen completely woke up. Looking at the mountain of flesh in front of him, he immediately became dispirited. He casually picked up a bamboo stick and stabbed it into the mountain of flesh without even looking at it. Ophiuchus constellation. How does Master wish to leave? Ding Dang asked. Little Tang Tang, you finally have time to visit me? Could it be that he missed his sister? Come, let Big Sister see if you've lost weight. He was interrupted by Bing. We only need to reach Aquarius constellation. Tang Tian had a headache. The problem seemed to have suddenly become complicated. Ouyang sure saw that they were running out of time, so without a second word, he lifted Juyen up, slung him over his shoulder, and dashed outside. Juyen was carried by Ouyang Shi as he ran, but he was still sleeping soundly. The saliva at the corner of his mouth was drooling. Ouyang Shi saw that Juyen was awake and immediately went to do his own work. Everyone looked at Ouyang Shi with eyes full of admiration. This young lad was hard-working and had a good temper. He was never lazy and would rush to do everything. A few of them had daughters. If not for Ouyang Shi being an outsider, they would have long thought of ways to take action. Shameless. Ding Dang opened her mouth. He was instigated by someone. Someone secretly told them about us. On the day they attacked, there were many traces of martial artists sneaking in. There were people hiding in the dark, but I am still unable to find out their origins. He flipped over and continued to sleep. The others had finally caught up with Tang Tian and naturally had to report to him. A subordinate who did not let the leader know of his results was not a good subordinate. Using numbers to bully the few. You're not a hero. Swoosh. Everyone's gaze landed on Sai Lei. Sai Lei's charming eyes were like silk. She was obviously in a good mood. Tang Tian made up his mind. When he saw this guy, he would definitely scold him. Sky Martial Wolf Academy. What's that? Tang Tian's face was confused. Who is it? Bing's voice came out from behind. He had just arrived, and upon hearing Sai Lei's words, he blurted out. Ouyang Shi squeezed out a smile. We are still young, uncle. The surrounding people were already used to it. Chi, Cetus constellation. The smile on Sai Lei's face disappeared, and her expression became serious. Yes, he is called Duanmu, and is Ophiuchus constellation's Duke Huofu Man's subordinate. Does Ding Dang know him? The sun shone into the room. In the small loft, two people laid down. Tang Cho quickly recounted everything that had happened during this period of time. That Tang Tian is truly powerful. He can even kill a gold-ranked martial artist. He is too strong. Tang Tian. Thus, Old Man Fei took out the Sky Martial Werewolf Blood Meridian with a completion rate of 92%. When Tang Tian heard that it was worth 5 billion star coins, Old Man Fei was extremely handsome in his eyes. After a round of praises, Old Man Fei's old face became like a flower. Compared to him, Juyen was much worse in their eyes. He was lazy and slick. Although he was intelligent, he was not reliable. Mo Wu Wei scratched his chin and muttered to himself, so weak it is too disappointing. Tonight's training will be doubled. Seeing that, Bing suggested, let us do a complete analysis. And Pai Pa and Tang Cho, the two of you will be in charge. We will now introduce the progress of every aspect and see if we can think of a good idea. Tang Tian noticed the change in Bing's expression. He knew what Bing was worried about and consoled him. Uncle, don't worry too much. Although the Ophiuchus army is powerful, but it has been so long and they have long been annihilated. The current Ophiuchus constellation is not as strong as it was in the past. Bullshit. Mo, Ziyu scolded. This bit of money is not even enough for us to go in and drink some soup. Do you want us to wash the dishes there to redeem ourselves? This was the duo that sneaked out from Aries constellation. The two of them did not have any experience in traveling. They had reached Cetus constellation with great difficulty, but they did not expect to spend all their star coins. Furthermore, the star door from Cetus constellation to Lupus constellation was sealed. Helpless, the two of them could only work to earn a living and wait for the star door to open again. They had not even warmed their star coins, and the asshole had already spent them. The uncle in the restaurant saw Ouyang Shi and Zhuoyan, who was on his shoulder, and shook his head. Big Shi, your brother is too lazy. You should quickly marry a lady and live a good life. Don't be burdened by him. Ah, Zhuoyan suddenly let out a miserable scream. No, it's definitely not. There were not many people eating barbecued meat in the morning, but there were many people drinking morning tea. I overestimated him. If I had known, I would have bet 3 rounds. Zhuoyan mumbled, let's sleep for a while more. Mozu was elated. The smile on his face could not be concealed. Big sister is so powerful, but you guys are actually so conservative. Ha 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 ha. As expected, I am the king of gambling kings. Hurry, all of you hand over your money. Just at this time, the others all rushed over. The big boss was here. Regardless of what everyone was busy with, they all rushed over without saying a word. Yen, string all these up. But Tang Chao's report of the battle attracted Tang Tian's attention. Seeing that Bing's words had a hidden meaning, Tang Tian did not object. He turned and looked at Belle. Then let's go to Aquarius constellation. I checked the star map. If we go from Andromeda constellation, we can save a lot of trouble. I only need to enter Orion constellation, and then enter the 10 equatorial palace halls. There are many options to enter the 12 ecliptic palace halls from the 10 equatorial palace halls. Tang Tian counted with his fingers. Sai Lei said, it's Ophiuchus constellation. Old rules, the winner will treat us. Since boss won, then let's go to the Haosheng Grand Restaurant. Weapon rack. Tang Tian thought he heard wrongly. Ouyang Shi opened his eyes in a daze, and immediately got up. He shook Zhuoyan, who was beside him. Yen, quickly get up. We have to go to work. Bing's face suddenly changed. Are you sure? The students behind him were all stunned. They all thought they heard wrongly. One of the students gathered his courage and said, Master, he is so weak. What has it got to do with us? Zhuoyan stopped in his tracks and immediately pricked up his ears. MOCU's group. Damn it. This month's allowance is gone. The next time you bet, I'll chop off your hands. He carelessly stabbed and stabbed. Every skewer was extremely accurate. Without spending much energy, the entire basin of meat became skewers. He picked up the basin and walked towards the barbecue room. 5 pieces of meat were skewered on the bamboo skewers for lean and 1 fat. Idiot, I'm a girl. No. Tang Tian shook his head. I wanted to ask Belle about the situation outside. I don't want to stay in Andromeda constellation for too long. I want to go to Southern Cross constellation. Duanmu looked at the densely packed bronze men. He suddenly threw down the sword in his hand and raised both his hands. Sai Lei, Pai Pa, Belle, Old Man Fei, and Tang Cho were all here. Wait a minute, where's Uncle Bing? He knows all the weapons. That's too powerful. Tang Tian's face was full of surprise. Such an ability was unimaginable. Tang Tian did not understand. Flowing Wind Group? Why did they attack us? You guys forgot that I have a captive in my hands. Sai Lei laughed. Bang. A big basin was placed in front of Zhuoyan. It was filled with pieces of meat, piling up into a meat mountain. Beside the basin, there was a big pile of bamboo skewers. Hearing that, Tang Tian immediately agreed. He did not have much hope for his brain. Yes, he appears and disappears unpredictably. Who would have thought that he would run to Andromeda constellation? Bell immediately explained. Duan Mu is an extremely famous assassin. He is ranked 3222 on the Heaven Road list. He has an innate intuition towards weapons. Any weapon in his hands can unleash astonishing power. Over time, everyone started calling him Weapon Rack. Andromeda constellation. I just thought of it. Do you have anything to say? Mo Wu Wei looked at him. Tang Tian jumped in fright. As though he was avoiding a snake or a scorpion, he dodged Sai Lei's demonic palm. Yes, you're right. Bing had regained his composure. He changed the topic. Why do you have the time to come here? Have you settled the matters in Andromeda City? Bing replied, Trust me. Chapter 405. Tang Tian patted Crane's shoulder with a solemn expression of I'll leave it all to you, and then left. Ta Dun's heart sank. Everything needed money. Andromeda constellation had always been a secluded place, and Ta Dun was used to placing his sights on Andromeda constellation, at most within Northern Sky's 19 continents. But that was the limitation of his thinking. But there was no doubt about his abilities, and he could understand all the analysis. Crane said solemnly, We will hand over all the energy beasts to you, but we have a few requests. At this time, Bing's eyes were looking at his nose, and his nose was looking at his heart. He was somewhat guilty. Tang Tian waved his hand. Good math. Taking a deep breath, Ta Dun regained his composure and said, I never thought that Lupus Constellation would care about the world. Could it be that Mr. Tang Tian is thinking of contending for Heaven's Road? Crane quickly felt the pressure, and the star coins disappeared like water. Three Spirit City was desperately upgrading, and the consumption was astonishing. Ophiuchus Constellation was like a huge mountain pressing on everyone's hearts, and with Three Spirit Cities' current strength, it was impossible to defend against Ophiuchus Constellation. Everyone could only hope that it was Duke Fu Man's idea, and not Ophiuchus Constellation's. Pai Pa and Tang Cho talked a lot, and many new terms, causing Tang Tian to feel dizzy. Tang Chao's words were sharp, and often hit the nail on the head, while Pai Pa was neither servile nor overbearing, and argued for what was right, causing the two to quarrel frequently. Ta Dun was surprised, but more than that, he was gratified that his daughter had grown up. When will you be back? Angelina asked with concern. Tang Tian, you can do it. Crane was swift and decisive, and very quickly checked all the storage and star coins, and then requested for Tang Cho and Pai Pa to come up with a strategic analysis report, and at the same time requested for all parties to submit their applications. That's right. Tang Tian said, a lot have a lot of experience and are smart. Of course, the most important thing is, who should I pass it to? Thirdly, my side does not wish for a third army to be equipped with Andromeda star treasures other than Lupus Army and Plateau Army. This requires your side to think of a way to sell it. I never thought that Andromeda constellation would be in danger. Angelina was anxious. I wonder if Master Crane has any good ideas. Was this guy crazy? Orion constellation was the Leo constellation's staunch ally, and thus suffered the crazy retaliation of the Honorable Martial Alliance. The Starry Door was always the deciding factor in a war. Controlling the Starry Door meant controlling the flow of the war. Lupus constellation was most likely just the tip of the iceberg for Tang Tian. However, Tang Tian still tried his best to write down the conclusions that everyone had deduced. None of this was a problem. Then, Tang Tian discovered a terrifying place. Firstly, we want the Lupus Army to be able to change their equipment in the shortest time possible. Atu stood at the side with his hands by his side, not saying a word. 20 billion star coins. There is no problem with the alliance. In such a chaotic world, both of us need to help each other in order to get through this difficult time. What do you need? Please tell me. Angelina said, Resolutely, he requested to meet with Angelina and Ta Dun. Both of them were surprised. After interacting with each other for a while, they realized that the one in charge was Tang Tian. This time, it was Crane who initiated the meeting. Although the two of them were suspicious, they did not delay and quickly arranged for the meeting. Godlike young lad, you need to focus on training. The road ahead is not smooth. Although Tang Tian and Pai Pa were arguing intensely, there was one thing that they agreed on, and that was that the flames of war would quickly spread. Tang Tian did not forget to sell his strategy for Fornak's constellation and obtained Sai Lei's strong support. Only then could he truly be free. Yes, Crane did not hide anything. We are just passing by Andromeda constellation. We have other things to settle. As long as Ophiuchus constellation did not go all out, Crane was not worried about the safety of Three Spirits City. Three Spirits City's manpower was luxurious, and with the help of the MO family, there should not be any big problems. I do not know yet. Crane shook his head. In the report, it was pointed out that Andromeda constellation would become a muddy swamp with many parties fighting. These starry doors would become the targets of the big powerhouses. Tang Tian was extremely proud of his brilliant idea. It could not be more brilliant. Angelina and Ta Dun were even more suspicious. The two of them took the paper and looked through it, and their faces suddenly became ugly. He threw all these worries to the back of his head. He knew that his brain was not good. Since that was the case, then he would leave the problem to everyone else. Everyone was smart and trustworthy. Crane muttered in his heart, looked at Tang Tian, and asked seriously, "Do you really want me to manage the money? This is a lot of money." Ta Dun did not express his opinion. This kind of analysis was not something anyone could come up with. He was secretly shocked. The power behind Tang Tian was much stronger than he thought. A simple-minded person would only do simple things. Can I only protect myself? Angelina asked unwillingly. Of course. Godlike young lad is a person who does big things. How can I waste my precious time on these small things? So, little Crane, I will leave everything to you. To let you carry out your work better, I will give you an assistant. Then leave the battle to me. After the initial chaos, very quickly, he settled everything neatly. Tang Tian's path to Aquarius constellation was discussed by everyone. But no matter what, Duke Wafu Man would not let it go. He would definitely retaliate. And Pai Pa's defensive strategy of Three Spirits City was supported by Old Man Fei. Want money, want money, want money. After a while, Angelina reacted, blood rushing to her head. She stammered, "How many energy beasts do you have?" The Andromeda star treasure was very important and could not be given to others. As for the position of Andromeda constellation, if he could fully equip Lupus Army, this Lupus Army could completely defend Andromeda constellation. Tang Tian could not remember. Tang Tian could not help but clench his fists tightly. Secondly, these energy beasts will be provided to you, and in the future when the treasures are sold, we hope to get 30% of the profits. But he needed to ensure the funds, since he had agreed to it, then he had to do it well. No problem. Before the Lupus Army is fully equipped, the Andromeda battle gown will definitely not be sold. The paper in his hand was thin, but it caused his hands to tremble. A frail-looking spirit general with an ordinary appearance bowed to Crane. "Master Crane, I am called Atu. Please take care of me." It was an appropriate ratio, showing that the other party was not greedy. Angelina agreed without hesitation. "No problem." The martial spirit used to create Atu was very weak, so Atu's grade was extremely low. Regardless of whether it was commanding or martial strength, it was the lowest grade. His only use was to travel between Three Spirits City and Crane's location, and was the assistant that Tang Tian gave to Crane. Both parties sat down. Crane did not speak any nonsense and took out a piece of paper. I have something here I wish for your majesty and great general to take a look. Please speak. Angelina said solemnly, everyone's arithmetic is better than you. This caused Crane's prestige to soar, and even big sister Sai Lei did not dare to provoke him, and only dared to mutter behind his back, for a man to be so beautiful, it is truly too much. Little Tang Tang is still the best, although he is slightly ugly, but he is so generous. Crane was surprised. I am in charge of the money? Initially, Sai Lei and the rest did not trust Crane, but after that, they realized that Crane was extremely fair, and if he was rejected, he would definitely give a reason. Speaking of which, the person who was rejected the most was Bing. Bing, who was embarrassed and angry, ran to Crane to question him, but after half a day, under Crane's sincere gaze and calm explanation, he left dejectedly. Tang Tian felt that he needed someone like a manager to help him, as everyone ran to him to ask for money, causing him to have a headache. This person had to be able to convince everyone, and had to be capable. Anyway, he definitely could not be handed over to Bing. Although Bing often bragged that he was in charge of logistics, but his tyrant style definitely made people hate him. What is it? Crane asked. Alliance. Angelina revealed an interested look. I hope Master Crane can enlighten me. Suddenly, Tang Tian's eyes lit up. He thought of a good candidate. The three of you will leave. Ta Dun revealed a surprised look. Do not go to Orion constellation. That was disadvantageous to Tang Tian. He did not have any ambitions for the territory, but in the chaotic lands, to pass through would not be an easy task. The only fortunate thing was Andromeda constellation had many star doors, and the range of choices he could make was bigger. Tang Tian felt that the world had suddenly become clear without all the complicated analysis, without all the headache-inducing choices. What he needed to do was to work hard, and defeat all the enemies. Crane looked at the general with respect. To be able to regain his composure in such a short time, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Crane needed those words. He kept his smile. My method is very simple. Both of us form an alliance. Your Majesty and the great general already have a decision in their hearts. Crane said, both of us, I have many people and my military strength is strong, your side has a wide path to wealth, and your economy is prosperous. If both of us form an alliance, we can protect ourselves. Fourthly, we hope that your side can first provide us with a loan of 20 billion star coins. The money will be deducted from our side's profits from selling star treasures. Angelina was slightly disappointed, but heaved a sigh of relief. It was obvious that the three of them were not after Andromeda constellation. Thinking about it, Crane was the nephew of the Sagittarius Empress, and Tang Tian had an unfathomable background. Why would he look at a small place like Andromeda constellation? Ta Dun nodded his head. Don't worry, we also do not wish for such an army to appear. Yes, Crane said solemnly. The three of us will leave after a period of time, and only the Lupus army will be stationed here. We will build a stronghold at the Seasons Fields waterway, called the Wolf Stronghold. The Wolf Stronghold is very close to Andromeda City, adding the great General's Plateau army. I think other people will not dare to start a war. I suggest to your Majesty to move all the people from the other cities of Andromeda constellation to the vicinity of Andromeda City. According to our calculations, Andromeda constellation will be affected by the flames of war very soon. Pai Pa was a good choice, but she was young, had a good temper, and had low prestige. Just Sai Lei alone was enough to control her. I am really glad. I have everyone. Crane revealed a warm smile. Great General thinks too highly of us. We are just a small broken boat. It is already good enough to defend Lupus constellation. Crane watched as Tang Tian's figure disappeared into the distance. After a long while, his mouth suddenly blossomed into a smile. He stretched his body, stood up, and muttered to himself, Then I will help you for 3 years. Oh, 3 years the contract will be over. Maybe Tang Tian purposely showed it to outsiders to confuse them. Everyone stared at Tang Tian. Their gazes were all green, causing Tang Tian to have goosebumps all over his body. Both Angelina and Ta Dun were dumbfounded by what they saw. The contents on the paper were extracted from Tang Cho and Pai Pa's report, mainly about the current situation and the situation that Andromeda constellation might face. The two of them were not optimistic about Andromeda constellation situation. There were many star doors in Andromeda constellation. This point was previously their advantage in business, but now it had become the key point for all parties to fight over. Andromeda constellation had many star doors, especially the star door that led to Orion constellation, which had a high possibility of being affected. So they needed to build a stronghold at the Seasons Field's waterway. Not only could it protect the waterway, it could also help Angelina defend Andromeda City. Chapter 406. When Lu Zhongguang heard this, there was nothing he could do. Your Excellency is right. The official could not help but become excited. Many people are praising Your Majesty, saying that if these 24 new cities can be built, then Andromeda constellation will become a small Aquarius constellation. Xiao said in a deep voice, "No, the Fairy Orion Stargate is a twin stargate. It can't be closed." Old Man Fei's face was anxious. "Boss, no matter how uncomfortable it is, you must clench your teeth and endure it." Adrian pondered for a moment. This man has a strong insight into the situation. He's a first-rate strategist. Tang Tian was completely unaware that Crane's move had turned the entire Andromeda constellation upside down, as he was cultivating with all his might. Crane, the nephew of the legendary Sagittarius Heavenly Queen. Lu Zhongguang was stunned. That night, he had a deep impression of Tang Tian, but he did not have much of an impression of Crane, and only remembered that he looked good. The other type was the solitary star door, which meant that the star power of one constellation was projected to another constellation to form a star door. Single-life star doors could be closed by adjusting the star power. For example, the star door from Cetus constellation to Lupus constellation was a single-life star door. The single-life starry door required the constellation that projected the starry door to be stronger than the constellation being projected. Only then could it form a starry door. However, he did not slack off in his cultivation because of this. He felt that there were too many things that he needed to cultivate. For example, the 1,000-cleave demonic hand was a martial technique used for tangling. It was extremely effective in a deadlock, but it lacked a killing move. For example, he felt that he did not have a good grasp of the rhythm of hand-to-hand combat. He still felt that his martial soul was progressing slowly. If his intuition could become stronger, he would definitely be able to reach the next level. Also, he needed to improve his Qinggong. Axiu and Lu Zhongguang looked at each other. Among the three, the one who attracted the most attention was Tang Tian, who was known as the godlike young man and the great light whetstone. Next was the hot-tempered and combative spear genius Ling Su. In recent years, there hadn't been anyone with a strong spear technique. Ling Su was highly praised by many spear users. Compared to them, Crane was undoubtedly the most lackluster, but everyone's gazes landed on the fact that he was the nephew of Sagittarius Empress. Crane could not help but smile. 3 Spirits City Blood Meridian's laboratory. Most people would unknowingly ignore Crane. During this period of hard training, his essence, chi, and spirit had reached an unprecedented height. He decided to make another trip to 3 Spirits City because of the 92% completed Heavenly Martial Werewolf Blood Meridians. Old Man Fei insisted that only when Tang Tian's essence and spirit reached its peak would he be able to absorb the drop of blood meridians, so he dragged it till now. How amazing! His subordinates kept quiet out of fear, not even daring to breathe loudly. There were 2 types of star doors, One was the twin star door, which was formed by the fusion of the star power of two constellations. The star power surrounding the star door had already undergone a qualitative change and was no longer controlled by the two constellations. Therefore, the twin star gate could not be closed, because the star power emitted by the constellation was not constant, but showed periodic changes. Therefore, these star power belts were not fixed. As time passed, their positions would shift. Often, the waterways would be used for hundreds of years before gradually disappearing. After hundreds of years, they would reappear. What are they trying to do? Adrian muttered. What a powerful woman! His astonishing intuition, coupled with the thousand-cleaved demonic hand, allowed him to display unparalleled power. Extremely enthusiastic, the official said, excitedly, "Now all the families with some scale are all migrating towards Fairy City. The energy concentration around Fairy City is much higher than other places. The previous master did not allow a large number of people to enter, but Her Majesty is benevolent, allowing everyone to come. Everyone is willing to sell their pots and pans to come." Ashio took off his earmuffs. His expression was weird. "It's Crane. Yesterday, Crane and Angelina Ta-Dun met. The contents of the meeting are not clear, but it was said that after Crane left, Angelina and Ta-Dun did not sleep the entire night and were in an intense discussion. Early the next morning, Angelina announced the fairy plan. The current top-grade carriage, the One Carriage, One World Aquarius Treasure Carriage, was also from Aquarius constellation. For Angelina to announce the fairy plan, it meant that she had already decided to give up on the Android Orion star door. Aquarius martial artists never competed with other martial artists in martial techniques. They only competed with others in terms of money. Lepus constellation's silver treasure, trembling ear. What is Angelina thinking? Is this woman crazy? Don't tell me she doesn't want the other star doors. What is she trying to do? Fornax Constellation's early preparations, Sky Marshall Wolf Academy's funds, Three Spirits City's upgrade, the two big laboratories funds, the construction of the Wolf Stronghold. Can we close the star door? Lu Zhongguang could not help but ask. Facing the two dumbstruck people, Crane smiled and floated away. A strong sense of urgency rose in his heart. Ashio and Lu Zhongguang's face turned ugly. The fairy plan had spread like wildfire, and they immediately felt that something was wrong. The star door that connected Orion constellation to Andromeda constellation was not in Fairy City. Crane was surprised by Angelina's big move. Angelina's guts were much bigger than what he had imagined. The servant laughed. "Master must be joking. Why are you not willing?" Her Majesty said. "It is only valid for 3 months. After 3 months, even if you want to come, you won't be able to come." Crane had to admit, Angelina's move was absolutely beautiful. With the fairy plan and the astonishing number of energy beasts in her hands, Crane believed that she would definitely tie the local powerhouses to her war chariot. In the blink of an eye, 20 billion star coins flowed out of his hands like water. Crane secretly nodded his head. Angelina had used benefits to ingeniously gather the essence of Andromeda constellation to Fairy City. It was much more brilliant than what he had thought. Angelina suddenly retracted the entire constellation and cupped her hands to give up the star door. It was definitely not a logical arrangement. But after thinking about it carefully, Adrian realized the beauty of the move. Crane muttered, "If this plan can be completed, Andromeda constellation's future days will be much better." In a few more months, the second batch of Andromeda battle robes would be completed, the Wolf Stronghold would be built, and they would once again set off. And at that time, what awaited them in front of them would not be a peaceful journey, but a chaotic world filled with the flames of war. Such a terrifying speed of spending money caused him to be shocked, but also filled him with anticipation and curiosity. With the 20 billion invested, when they bear fruit, it would definitely cause everyone to be shocked. Then what's everyone's reaction? Adrian revealed a bitter smile. The expert behind the young lady is truly powerful. This time, Andromeda Constellation's situation has become confusing. The star door was the node of heaven's road, so the fight over the star door was forever the most cruel. This astonishing number caused Angelina and Ta Dun to be immediately petrified, completely scared silly. They had already made sufficient estimations of the energy beasts in Tang Tian's hands, but they never thought that the number would exceed by so much. He felt that his entire body was filled with weaknesses. How could he not work hard? Will there be people who are not willing? Crane asked. With Andromeda Constellation's current weak strength, it was extremely difficult to defend the star door. Taking the initiative to retract the star door could concentrate their strength and preserve Andromeda Constellation's strength. And Andromeda City was where the essence of the entire Andromeda Constellation was. In the dream world of the Indigo Mirror Ocean, his 1,000-cleave demonic hand had successfully broken through to the Grandmaster level. The last sentence that 1,000-hand Devil Lord said before disappearing gave Tang Tian a huge help. When he started to close his eyes to train in the 1,000-cleave demonic hand, he improved at a godly speed. To Orion Constellation, this was not good news. The Honorable Martial Alliance that wanted to find trouble with Orion Constellation would definitely be like a shark that smelled blood and pounce crazily. Yes, go and investigate. Wu Xia clenched his teeth. Who exactly came up with the idea? Such a big plan is definitely not something that a little girl like her can come up with. If they did not wish for the star door to be lost, that meant that they had to send an army to be stationed there. It was the same for the other constellations where the star door was. The fight for the star door would definitely cause the regions to become extremely chaotic. Adrian was also surprised, but the Empress did not interfere much in the Battle of Lupus Constellation. It could be seen that this nephew of hers was not to her liking, and the degree of importance she placed on him was very limited. 5,600 of them. He took out 2 silver earmuffs that were shaped like rabbit ears and wore them on his ears, causing the silver rabbit ears to tremble slightly. The battles along the way would definitely not be easy. Her Majesty has officially announced the Andromeda Plan and is prepared to build a new city chain with Andromeda City as the core. Her Majesty is prepared to build 24 satellite cities. The official respectfully reported to Crane. His expression was filled with excitement. To the turbulent Andromeda Constellation, Angelina's Andromeda Plan was undoubtedly a stimulant. Aquarius Constellation, also known as Aquarius Constellation, was one of the 12 ecliptic palaces and was the constellation with the most business atmosphere. Because of the Aquarius Constellation's star treasures, martial cabinets, silver Aquarius cabinets were the most common type of star treasures. At the start, the Aquarius martial artists were all in charge of transporting and delivering goods. A drop of fresh blood was injected into Tang Tian's body. All right, I got it. Tang Tian laughed, revealing his snow-white teeth. Let's begin. Wu Xia's hysterical roar reverberated in the room, without any of his usual elegance. Angelina's Andromeda Plan had completely messed up his plans. Other than the star door, Heaven's Road had many waterways. The constellations all emitted star power, and some of the star power between the constellations would interweave to form unique star power belts. These star power belts were artificially fixed and became waterways. For example, the Seasons Fields waterway was one of them. On the second day, he heard of Angelina's big movements and called for the Manor's official to question him. Probably realizing that his last sentence was somewhat frivolous, the official immediately retracted his smile. Furthermore, Master, think about it. Now that it is so chaotic, at least Andromeda City has the great General's Plateau Army, and their safety can be guaranteed. In this chaotic world, people's lives are like dogs, and all those old fellows, which one of them are not experienced. Even the little ones can see it, so how can they not see it? As for living, Andromeda City has the best conditions in Andromeda constellation. With many star doors, it is not difficult to make a living. The Andromeda plan had caused a huge uproar, and under such a background, the establishment of the Wolf Stronghold did not attract any attention. The 20 billion star coins also made Crane heave a sigh of relief. Ashio's expression changed. There's news! To suddenly hear that the Andromeda plan was actually related to Crane, everyone was surprised. Chapter 407. Bing's face was gloomy, but he did not say anything. He was angry at himself. He felt that the Southern Cross Army had landed in his hands and was actually being suppressed by Ophiuchus constellation. That was too humiliating. Huafu Man's mouth surfaced a teasing smile. Do we need you to mobilize the army? Just send one person to settle it. Shi Lin stood rooted to the ground, dumbstruck, holding on to the information obtained from Duanmu. The group started to gather. They needed to find useful information, which was Pai Pa's specialty. Even Tang Cho could not compare to her. Shi Lin's eyes flashed a look of joy. His father was extremely stubborn. Once he made a promise, he would definitely fulfill it. So he asked, "Can we mobilize the army?" "Is that so?" Huafu Man's face suddenly revealed a teasing smile, but his tone was extremely cold. "Then do you know how many gold-ranked martial artists have died in Duanmu's hands? Then let's use 3 Spirits City to train Shi Lin's character." Shi Lin took a deep breath, dispelling all the negative emotions. His gaze regained its calmness, and said, "Like father said, with Duanmu's strength, he is unable to retreat. 3 Spirits City is definitely much stronger than what we expected. If Duanmu is killed, it is fine, but if he is not, then 3 Spirits City most likely knows of our existence. That means there is no turning back for both sides." Playboy's expression also became serious. "Since young, as long as you are serious, there is nothing you cannot do." "Good. I will give it all to you. I will bet everything on you. Not a single star coin is left. You must win." Shi Lin was startled. Then his face changed, and he stuttered. He can kill gold-ranked martial artists?" He did not return. Huafu Man asked. His body was still upright, his military uniform neat. Huafu Man was expressionless. "Continue. From the current situation, the one who wants to make a move on us is Huafu Man and not Ophiuchus constellation." Pai Pa's words made everyone heave a sigh of relief. If I were to say the old man is being unreasonable, directly sending an army, isn't it as easy as killing an ant? Playboy shrugged. Why must he do this? 3 Spirits City interrogation room. What? Playboy thought he had misheard. Seeing that Shi Lin had calmed down, Hoffman's eyes flashed with a tinge of approval. "Then analyze it now." Tang Cho said, "If this assumption is true, then the possibility of Hoffman mobilizing his army is very low. In this battle, you and I are the same. We can only win and not lose." "All right." Shi Lin nodded heavily. He didn't come back. The long-robed young man braced himself and replied. He then mustered up his courage and said, "Father, we have so many powerful experts. We can send other experts over. This Duanmu is only ranked 32-22 on the heavenly board. We have other martial artists that are stronger than him. It's not surprising that you know." Shi Lin said slowly, "In any constellation, using an army would definitely not be seen as a private action. If Hoffman did not want to cause misunderstandings, he would definitely not use his army." Everyone's spirits rose. It was rare to see a ponytailed girl like her, who was always full of energy and was always full of energy. Everyone knew that, for the name list, Belle had definitely put in a lot of effort. Hoffman relaxed his eyebrows, his expression regaining his calmness. "Shi Lin, what do you think is strong?" Shi Lin stared at Playboy. You guys don't have to care about me. I will rest on the sofa for a while. Belle walked to the sofa in the corner and curled up her body like a cat, and very quickly fell asleep. Playboy was like a deflated balloon. All right, what do you want? Shi Lin was not discouraged. He knew it was his father's test. Only by passing this test could he obtain his father's true approval. The power that Ophiuchus constellation represented was too strong, and was not something that the current Three Spirits city could defend against. If it was just Hoffman's personal intention, then it would be much easier. The feeling of being suppressed by the enemy of the past was truly terrible. Shi Lin was moved, but he did not say anything. He only patted his brother's shoulder, the fighting intent in his chest rising. Although he had countless of reasons to tell himself, he had only been tormented for a few years, and how long Ophiuchus constellation had been in operation for. 5. Hoffman raised his hand. The ridicule on his face disappeared, and what replaced it was the cold and merciless look of a poisonous snake. Are you surprised? Never jump to conclusions on things that you are not familiar with. The world is much bigger than you can imagine. Can't figure it out. Some people have 10% of their strength, but can only unleash 70 to 80%. And some other people with 80% of their strength in his hands can unleash 120% of their strength. Only Tang Cho sensed Bing's strangeness. The others did not understand the grievances between Southern Cross constellation and Ophiuchus constellation, and they were unable to link the war 10,000 years ago with Bing and Ophiuchus constellation. In their eyes, Ophiuchus constellation was just a declining equatorial Pallas Hall constellation, although it was once an ecliptic Pallas Hall constellation, but that was too far away. That's right. Leave it to us. Sai Lei could not help but say gently, and then snorted. With this name list, if I am still defeated by others, I will buy a piece of tofu and kill myself. Duan Mu, who was in front of her, was very cooperative and spilled out everything he knew. Once Duan Mu saw the situation clearly, he would not hesitate at all. When would Ophiuchus constellation be able to ride on his neck and strut around? Father naturally has his own considerations. Shi Lin said, "This time I came to find you, hoping to obtain your support." Shi Lin was outstanding in all aspects, but he was too gentle and lacked initiative. The current His Majesty was ambitious, and it was time for him to forge ahead with such a gentle temperament. How could he obtain the Majesty's favor? Belle, quickly go and rest. Leave it to us. Out of the few, the one most likely to take over his position was Shi Lin. This is the name list of martial artists that Shi Lin can use. Belle's face could not hide her fatigue. Her voice was hoarse and dry. Playboy was speechless, his big brother's words. He did not even have the leeway to refute. That's true. Playboy nodded his head. How many do you want? Playboy saw the cold glint in his big brother's eyes and knew that his big brother was serious this time. But he was still unhappy. Fu Man's last sentence was not courteous at all. Initially, Sai Lei had prepared many methods, but she did not even use a single one, causing her to be disappointed. Only through the tempering of iron and blood could he truly mature. Shi Lin quickly obtained the information regarding Three Spirits City. Shi Lin's expression was calm as he spat out the two words. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Only Bing lowered his head. The fists on his hands clenched tightly. His father frowned. The long-robed young man tactfully kept his mouth shut, but he did not feel that he said anything wrong. He did not understand why his father would place so much importance on Duan Mu. Could it be that his father was getting old and was starting to remember old friendships? Everyone started talking. To deal with Fu Man, the Under the Clouds Alliance's power was mobilized, and they desperately gathered information. The stronger the person, the more they are immersed in martial arts and are not willing to use their brains because they do not need it. If a person is used to using martial arts to solve problems, do you think that when he encounters a problem that cannot be solved with martial arts, he will use his brain? Naive. Fu Man stood up. These kinds of people are only pretending to be strong. A simple scheme can send him to his grave. On the Heaven Road list, how many gold-ranked martial artists have died from schemes? Duan Mu's strength is not comparable to a gold-ranked martial artist, but he has sufficient patience, a calm mind, and is able to make decisive judgments. And such a person, as long as he is strong, he can be stronger than others. You must be a person who uses his brain. Shi Lin, he did not need a reason to be unhappy. All of your money. Shi Lin hit the nail on the head. This test was given to me by my father. I must complete it beautifully. Don't worry about your money. If I pass the test, you will be able to earn back 10 times of the money. If I don't pass, the money you have now is not yours. Just at this time, Belle barged in, and everyone's gaze turned to look at her. You don't have to say such words. Shi Lin said calmly, you and I have the same interests. If the one taking over is not me, who do you think will let you off? Io, my big brother. Did I hear wrongly? Playboy's expression was exaggerated and said in an even more exaggerated tone. My big brother actually needs the support of a trash like me. He bit his lips tightly and did not say a word. They have imposed martial law, and it is even stricter than before. Playboy glanced at the report and did not care. Seems like they know you are going to make a move. Fu Man is going to make a move on us. Belle said simply, his eldest son Shi Lin is making a move. Yes, father. Shi Lin's red and green face regained its calmness. Strong is hard to define, but the ranking on the Heaven Road list should explain some things. Shi Lin was unconvinced. Very good. Fu Man nodded his head. You handle this matter. I don't care what methods you use. If you can solve 3 Spirits City perfectly, then I will suggest to the Majesty, and let you take charge. Money, Shi Lin said. Other than money, what else do you have? I am still not strong enough. Fu Man looked at Shi Lin's spirited departure, his eyes revealing a look of gratification. Since there is no turning back, then there is no need for us to cover up. Shi Lin's voice was like the winter wind, filled with killing intent, his white palm slashed in the air. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound, we will take down 3 Spirits City. Belle was no longer the same as before. With sufficient funds, her information network was expanding at an astonishing speed. She rarely went to the front stage, and with Pai Pa's suggestion, she established an information organization called Underclouds Alliance. On the surface, the Underclouds Alliance looked like an ordinary information organization selling information. No one knew that the Underclouds Alliance was actually working for 3 Spirits City. Chapter 408. Your Highness is right. Wu Xia said, Lupus Constellation has discovered a waterway that leads to this place. It is the ancient Season Fields waterway. Angelina knows that she is not strong enough, so she formed an alliance with Tang Tian and gave him all the land near the waterway. Tang Tian built a wolf stronghold there. If we do not get rid of Tang Tian first, once they find out that we are secretly controlling Angelina, it will definitely attract the attention of Orion Constellation. Everyone laughed out loud. Everyone's expression turned cold as they stood up straight. Wu Xia was also excited. Ursa Major Constellation had been waiting for such an opportunity for too long, but he suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, Leo Constellation's counterattack will definitely be fierce. But Wu Xia still felt uneasy. Yen Tu laughed and sat down. Master Wu's mouth can really turn a dead person into a living person. No wonder so many socialites are reluctant to leave Master Wu and are not willing to submit to him. It makes me envious. Wu Xia said with a straight face, because your highness did not snatch my rice bowl. Otherwise, once your highness appears, all the beauties in the world will enter your highness' palace. Wouldn't we be tormented every day and wish we were dead? Driving wolves to swallow tigers? Wu Xia understood immediately. He frowned. What are they trying to do? His strength was also extremely strong. Yen Tu said, the Honorable Martial Alliance's request is simple. They hope that we can occupy more star doors in Andromeda constellation. It would be best if we can control Andromeda constellation. That's right. Yen Tu nodded. Yes, they have indeed left. Gu Ruo's eyes lit up with a glimmer of light. He was somewhat excited. Andromeda Orion star door had many battles. Many unknown martial artists suddenly appeared near the star door and engaged in intense battles with the Orion constellation martial artists. It was said that the scene was extremely tragic, with corpses everywhere. Adrian's departure definitely has something to do with this. Then what about our mission this time? Wu Xia did not dwell on this question. He believed that with His Majesty's decision, he would definitely not make a mistake. Andromeda constellation was nothing to him. Ursa Major constellation was a tyrant that could challenge the equatorial Palace Hall constellations. Northern Sky constellation? In his eyes, that was nothing. As far as he was concerned, this matter was a piece of cake and did not require much effort. Wu Xia's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly stood up and walked towards the door. Don't be fooled by His Highness' amiable tone, as if he didn't care about anything. However, Wu Xia knew that His Highness placed great importance on etiquette. If he were to overstep his boundaries, he would be displeased. What's in it for us? Wu Xia went straight to the point. Lupus constellation. Yen Tu frowned. Are you talking about Tang Tian's Lupus constellation? Wu Xia's face darkened. Logically speaking, there was nothing wrong with Gurua's guess. Compared to the Andromeda treasure, the Andromeda Orion constellation was 100 times more important. If the Stargate were to fall into the hands of the Honorable Martial Alliance, the consequences would be catastrophic. Lord Wu, you don't have to be so polite. The young man in the middle of the trio grinned. His skin was dark brown, and his appearance was simple and honest. He looked like a strong brown bear. He was the future successor of Ursa Major Constellation Master. Tuesday, they left. Wu Xia couldn't believe it, not to mention kidnapping Tang Tian. Even if they were to attack and occupy the entire Andromeda constellation, he would not hesitate. Furthermore, His Highness Yen Tu was hailed as the most outstanding Ursa Major martial artist of the younger generation. His Majesty also had high hopes for him. After that, they will attack Orion constellation, fiercely from another direction. Yen Tu said, this wave of attack will be extremely intense. They have the confidence to threaten the Orion constellation palace in a short period of time. At that time, the armies guarding the Stargate will definitely rush over to help. When the Stargate is opened, we can take advantage of it. Wu Xia said calmly. He was instantly filled with confidence. Why are you thanking me? Yen Tu was surprised. They are indeed extremely strong. Wu Xia did not hide anything. If we can bring them under our command, our Ursa Major constellation's power will definitely increase exponentially. Wu Xia then remembered that there were two people beside His Highness. He could not help but sigh. He actually did not notice them at all. Yen Tu laughed. I have finally experienced Master Wu's eloquence. Tang Tian's power is still extremely strong. The people beside him. Wu Xia had some doubts. Wu Xia's body trembled. He finally knew why His Highness agreed to it. It was a condition that he could not reject. Ursa Major constellation was one of the 5 polar domains. With His Highness's hard work, Ursa Major constellation's power was not inferior to any equatorial Palace Hall constellation. But the current Ursa Major constellation had already developed to its peak, and could not advance any further. When everyone heard that, they immediately retreated. There was no one left in the room. Wu Xia was startled. Then Wu Xia thought about a rumor. His heart moved, and he was suddenly filled with anticipation. The Honorable Martial Alliance has no interest in Orion constellation. Yen Tu licked his lips and said excitedly, "As long as we take down Orion constellation, we can unite Ursa Major constellation, Andromeda constellation, and Orion constellation to form a huge constellation. This constellation can make us the strongest equatorial palace hall constellation." Wu Xia nodded his head. This subordinate is only confident about this. "Thank you, Your Highness." Wu Xia calmed down from the shock. His mind was working quickly. He understood His Highness very well. To be able to make His Highness believe in them, the Honorable Martial Alliance must have a killing move. While we fight for the Starry Door, we can secretly control Andromeda constellation, Yen Tu said. "We can't send out our army. That will alert them." Yen Tu heard and nodded. "I think Master Wu already has a good plan." The 5 Bears martial artists were the strongest martial artists of Ursa Major constellation. There were only 7 of them. They were the elites of His Highness. They rarely showed themselves and were extremely mysterious. Every one of them had unfathomable strength. Furthermore, they were equipped with top-grade treasures. Wu Xia's doubts immediately disappeared. He laughed. "Then there's no problem." Yen Tu took a deep breath and spat out 3 words, "Orion constellation." Yen Tu said slowly, "The Honorable Martial Alliance is here." Wu Xia did not dare to be disrespectful. Yen Tu looked simple and honest, but he was actually shrewd and decisive. If he was deceived by his appearance, he would not even know how to write death. Yen Tu said, "The Honorable Martial Alliance planned to send many people to fight for the Starry Door, but they failed. In this period of time, we need to control Andromeda constellation." To rise to the ranks of the 10 equatorial palace halls was an ambition that His Highness had never revealed before. But the true higher-ups all knew about it. Wu Xia was startled. His face changed. He could not help but ask, could it be that His Highness has decided to pick a side? This is not the right time. He was a smooth talker. He knew when to say what to say. There were 3 people standing at the door. Wu Xia could not believe it. He exclaimed, "How is that possible? Orion constellation cannot be compared to Leo constellation, but in the 10 equatorial palace halls, it is one of the strongest constellations. How can the Honorable Martial Alliance take it down so easily?" He immediately said respectfully, "Your Highness, please come in. His Highness is too much. It is just a small matter in Andromeda constellation, but your subordinate is feeling uneasy. Seeing that Your Highness is here, my heart is at ease." Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in and whispered into Wu Xia's ear. Hunter Adrian and his group suddenly bade farewell to Angelina. The battle between the Honorable Martial Alliance and Leo constellation had just begun. To hastily join the battle would not be beneficial. Yen Tu's eyes were filled with praise. He knew of Wu Xia's reputation, but he did not deal with Wu Xia directly. Wu Xia's sensitivity made him very satisfied. "We just need to get rid of Tang Tian." Wu Xia's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. He said coldly, "As long as we get rid of Tang Tian, Lupus constellation is nothing to fear. If we can kidnap Tang Tian, that would be even better. His Lupus army is an elite army." "That's good." Yen Tu heaved a sigh of relief. Wu Xia bowed respectfully. "Your Highness," as expected of a king bear martial artist. His chi was concealed so well. Wu Xia nodded his head. "If that is the case, we only need to control Angelina. Ta Dun is Angelina's father. If his daughter falls into our hands, He will definitely compromise. Adrian's urgent action to snatch the star door was reasonable no matter how one looked at it. From His Highness's solemn expression, Wu Xia knew that the incident this time was no small matter. Yen Tu suddenly waved his hand. Other than Master Wu, the rest can retreat. All right, Yen Tu said, then we will kidnap him. Adrian had the title of hunter. Other than having the eyes of a hunter, it also meant that he had the cunning and patience of a hunter. He had too many unbelievable achievements. Even the confident Wu Xia could not help but be cautious. Yen Tu smiled. His Majesty said that Master Wu is worthy to be entrusted with important matters. It is indeed true. We do not intend to become an ally of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Leo Constellation. Yen Tu snorted. Do they have the energy to care about us? Orion Constellation is behind Leo Constellation. If the Honorable Martial Alliance does not take the opportunity to attack, then they are not the Honorable Martial Alliance. Wu Xia shook his head. We need to first get rid of the people from Lupus Constellation. After a long period of peace, His Majesty could only suppress his own ambitions. His expression turned solemn and said, I am here because there is a change in the plan. Yen Tu was surprised. To be able to be regarded as an elite army by Master Wu, they must be extraordinary. Yen Tu laughed. Master Wu, do not worry. Father knows that this is an important matter. He has sent 2 of his King Bear martial artists to help. I did not believe it either, Yen Tu said, but they showed Father something, and he believed it. Our previous plan was to snatch the treasures of the androids, but Angelina's androids plan made us very passive. But to us, it is also an opportunity. If there was such a good opportunity to swallow Orion Constellation, how could His Majesty reject it? Not only His Majesty could not reject it, the entire Ursa Major constellation could not reject it. Wu Xia smelled a conspiracy. And then, Chapter 409. Ding ding ding. Without thinking, Tang Tian was the first to rush out. The other members were not slow either, following closely behind, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Such a high degree of completion was rarely seen in the market, and almost never circulated in the market. To any powerhouse, a drop of such a blood meridian was worth more than a gold-ranked treasure. Sai Lei's face was ashen, his eyes spewing fire. Not at all, not at all. Tang Tian immediately said, Just say it, I'll do it. There was also a black-robed assassin, a concealed weapons grandmaster. Someone shouted, and everyone could not help but feel the same. Duan Mu, who was tied up, said he was tied up tightly, but his mouth was not stuffed with a piece of cloth. Sai Lei was worried that he would be rescued by the enemy, and that would be a huge problem. Duan Mu was strong, and if he joined the enemy's camp, it would be a huge threat to them. Another martial artist had a sawtooth blade enveloped in green light. It was extremely sharp. The speed of the sword was extremely fast. The moment the sword aura touched the bronze figure, it was like cutting tofu without any obstruction. It was cut in half. Kill. Mozu was confident in the first tactic. He did not believe that anyone would choose to not dodge such a violent attack, but to block it. Before Wang Xian could finish, a shrill alarm sounded out from outside. The 4 of them are gold-ranked martial artists. Mozu and Mo Wu Wei roared at the same time. Wang Xian secretly nodded his head. There was no arrogance. He did not have the arrogance of a young genius. Everyone's face changed. Even for Onyx Soul, an organization that relied on blood meridians, such a blood meridian was not something an ordinary person could obtain. If it was converted into contribution points, it would be an astronomical figure. But very quickly, everyone's face changed. Duan Mu's words caused the surrounding mechanical engineers to reveal a look of realization. When Tang Tian rushed out, the intense battle immediately entered his vision. the people who were following closely behind, all had a change of expression. "Are you a gold-ranked martial artist?" Sai Lei suddenly turned his head and asked. They were like withered twigs, crushing all the mechanisms along the way. All the students roared at the same time. Damn it! Wang Xian's gaze fell on Tang Tian. This was the first time he met the true owner of this base. Yes, many of them are very strange and unfamiliar. I don't know how to describe them. Tang Tian nodded repeatedly, but in this period of time, he had gradually assimilated into Three Spirits City and started to like it. Everyone could do what they wanted to do, and there was a lot of communication between them. Although everyone's temperament was very strange, they would often bang the table and quarrel with each other, and it was not uncommon for them to start a fight. He had even seen a few female bloodline specialists fight with each other, but there was no complicated power struggle, no complicated human relationships. You didn't need to worry about offending anyone, and you didn't need to worry about being retaliated against if you pointed out the other party's mistakes. No, Duanmu shook his head. Mozu and Mo Wu Wei's teams had already entered the designated area. In a battle, the defending side would always have a sufficient advantage in terms of geography. The areas where the two squads were located had been carefully set up. They could coordinate with each other and work together to seal off the entrances to the base. He released the bowstring, and the red light in his hand turned into a red light arrow, accurately hitting a nest umbrella in the air. Mozu's face changed. The 4 gold-ranked martial artists were not afraid. The bald-headed martial artist held onto the bronze rod and rushed forward. Meanwhile, the martial artist with the sawtooth blade rushed toward the second class. This is Wang Xian, an experienced blood meridians specialist. Old Man Fei introduced to Tang Tian. He used to be the person in charge of Onyx Soul, but a pity he offended the people above, and no one dared to hire him anymore. I just happened to pull him over. Then let us begin. The air rippled like water, these seemingly weak and transparent ripples. When the 30 powerful golden blade auras clashed with them, they were unable to move an inch. But the 4 of them were so strong, it was simply inconceivable. If it was just one of them, she might still have a chance. But with the 4 of them working together, they were not their match. The Heavenly Martial Werewolf Blood Meridian is a rare ancient blood meridian, and there is very little information left. Wang Xian's expression was calm and collected, but ever since we successfully refined this drop of blood meridian, our research on it has increased greatly. We have carefully collected information on the battles of the martial artists who possess the Heavenly Martial Werewolf Blood Meridian, and we have also researched on its side branch blood meridians and finally obtained some possible guesses. Today, we need Boss to cooperate with us, and it might be more difficult. The bald-headed martial artist at the front held onto a thick and sturdy bronze rod. The bronze rod was circulating with light aura. One look, and one could tell that it was a star treasure. He was extremely brave and fierce. After breaking through the city wall, he immediately jumped into the sea of bronze men. There weren't many people on the other side. There were only 4 of them, but every single one of them was extraordinarily powerful. The mechanism that captured Duanmu previously was now full of flaws. The coordination between these people was not considered good, but every single one of them was extremely strong. Any tiny flaw in their eyes would immediately be used. The bald-headed big man's body swayed. His face flushed red as though he was drunk. The bronze rod in his hand lit up with a dazzling light aura. Upon touching the bronze men, they all broke into pieces. "Look, it's our mechanical army." Suddenly, someone shouted out in surprise, causing everyone to be roused. But the unbelievable thing actually happened right in front of their eyes. Bang! Even if it was worth 5 billion or even more, No wonder they were all so powerful. They were all gold-ranked martial artists. In any powerhouse, gold-ranked martial artists were the strongest power. They were the pinnacle of the pyramid of martial artists, and were the goal that countless people yearned for in their dreams. The fingers that pulled the bowstring lit up with red light spots the size of soybeans. "Come over here." Old Man Fei immediately said, "We have a specialized training to detect blood meridians. Many blood meridians, when they first start to be absorbed, are often neglected by people. Just like how birds can fly, that is their innate ability. But we do not understand how it feels to be able to fly. When there is a similar feeling, but it is not strong enough, we tend to ignore it. In the past, these types of content usually required the martial artist to experience it themselves. In the past, there would often be martial artists who, after absorbing blood meridians, would only trigger the ability of the blood meridians after 10 years. But now, this type of research is already the domain of us blood meridians specialists. So young, he hid behind the two of them, the concealed weapon in his hand appearing and disappearing like a ghost. His concealed weapon did not have any light aura and was silent. In such a chaotic environment, it was hard to defend against it. It's a weird feeling. Tang Tian did not know how to describe his own body's feeling. Team A number 1 battle tactic. Get ready. Wang Xian laughed. His heart was filled with emotions. In the past, when he was an Onyx Soul, it was extremely difficult for someone like Old Man Fei to even meet him, much less recruit him. If not for the fact that he was in dire straits, he would definitely not accept it. Bang! 10 thick light auras, with a terrifying power, shot out angrily. Wang Xian made a please gesture and led Tang Tian to the side of the equipment. Pai Pa immediately comforted her. The opponent is not easy to deal with. He will definitely have some tricks up his sleeves. How can we predict everything? The nest umbrella suddenly turned into a ball of flames. Please follow me. How is it? How is it? Old Man Fei asked anxiously, his face filled with anticipation. This drop of 92% complete heavenly martial werewolf blood meridian was the most complete ancient blood meridian they had ever refined. Tang Tian opened his eyes. Chi, chi, chi. Wang Xian praised in his heart to be able to have such a foundation at such a young age. Even if the boss was placed in Onyx Soul, he would definitely be a genius. Kill. Belle bit her lips, her face extremely gloomy. Floating fingers came one after another. The bald martial artist's face revealed a look of disdain. Sai Lei's face changed. Duanmu's strength was already strong enough to her, but he was not even a gold-ranked martial artist. Such an expert, just one was enough to make them choke. But there were actually 4 of them. A tall and slender archer stood on the city wall, his hands holding onto a bow, pulling the bowstring, but there was no arrow on the bowstring. A white-haired but extremely sturdy old man was waiting for everyone in the room. He was dressed in a tight-fitting martial artist's uniform and was brimming with energy. It was actually a rather good place, and the atmosphere was much better than Onyx Soul. The bald martial artist's face was sinister, the bronze rod in his hand emitting a bright light aura facing the 30 incoming golden blade auras. He swept them with a tyrannical aura. Under Old Man Fei's lead, everyone came to a room that looked like a training room. Inside, it were many different types of equipment. The archer's technique was extremely fast. The red light arrows were like rain. In the blink of an eye, the nest umbrella in the sky became a ball of fire. Only Wang Xian and Old Man Fei were left in the room. The two of them looked at each other. The 4 gold-ranked martial artists caused the atmosphere in the underground room to become extremely heavy, but who knew that the finger auras would pierce through the layer of ripples. The bald martial artist reacted quickly. He retreated, and with a light pull of the bronze rod, he once again returned to his front. Prepare the 3rd grade battle tactic. And for this drop of heavenly martial werewolf blood meridian, It took a lot of effort from the Blood Meridian's laboratory. The number of blood meridians extracted involved millions of blood meridian samples. So after it was extracted, no one had ever thought of selling it. The bald martial artist's attainments in rod techniques were extremely high. None of the unpredictable finger auras escaped his grasp. They were all caught by his copper rod. He heaved a sigh of relief, but before he could do so, his pupils suddenly shrunk. Gold-ranked martial artist. All sorts of light auras suddenly lit up like fireworks, enveloping a radius of 300 m. The finger auras hit the bronze rod, sparks flying everywhere. Out of the 4 people, 2 of them were in her list, but the other 2 were not. The bald martial artist's face changed. A look of ruthlessness flashed past his eyes. The bronze rod in his hand raised up high, facing the incoming ray spear. He swung the rod down. So ferocious. The first point of the first tactic was that the opponent would choose to dodge the first wave of attack. Chapter 4:10. Just at that moment, the sawtooth blade martial artist suddenly moved. The sawtooth blade hummed lightly, and 5 green ring-shaped blade auras appeared on his sawtooth blade. When the sawtooth blade martial artist tiptoed to a distance of 15 m away from Tang Tian, he stopped. It was his best distance to attack. 1 blade slashed horizontally. Schwa! The sturdy ground was like a crispy biscuit, instantly turning into fine powder. The astonishing true power entered the ground. Like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, the ground around the bronze rod martial artist cracked inch by inch. Without thinking, Tang Tian bent his left hand's fingers and flicked in the air. Almost at the same time, the 5 green blade auras suddenly exploded. How is that possible? The archer could not help but shout, "How long are you guys going to drag this out?" The 3 flicks of the fingers were filled with power. Mozu, who was inside the mechanical spirit weapon, felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. The mechanical spirit weapon fell heavily to the ground, the intense impact causing his mind to go blank. There was obviously no place to borrow strength from in the air, but Tang Tian's body above his shoulder seemed to be lifted up by an invisible hand. His entire body was like a leaf blown up by the wind. A few blade auras dangerously brushed past his body. He fiercely stepped on the ground, his body like an arrow dragging the rod on the ground, rushing towards Bing. "Be careful behind you." Just a fundamental fist technique. How could he break my twisting body blade? Tang Tian was excited. "I have met a true expert." Wait a minute. Looking down from the sky, one would see a circle that was rapidly expanding outwards. The sawtooth blade martial artist retreated more than 10 steps before stabilizing his body. He looked on in disbelief, a figure that was like a falling leaf, lightly landing about 60 m away from him. Bringing along the intense revolving true power, it struck the blade aura. But it was such a simple rod, like a giant standing in the sea, splitting the sea and the waves. Everyone's state of mind could not help but be intimidated, as though the heaven and earth were being forcefully smashed apart by this rod. Bang, bang, bang. The intense true power spewed out from the bronze rod. Like a spewing flame, the sudden energy undulation was like a hurricane that spread out in all directions. A wave of energy narrowly brushed past his body. A cold snort came out from the mechanical spirit weapon. Bing's poker face was covered in frost. His original intention was to get rid of the archer martial artist and the concealed weapon martial artist first. But after seeing the bronze staff martial artist so tyrannical, he changed his plan. Just SO. With one strike, Tima was in disarray. Not a single person was able to stand. But at that moment, he instinctively reacted. Roaring, he did not retreat, but instead advanced. The copper rod in his hand danced into a ball of rod shadows. His entire being was like a heavy star spirit beast, striking towards the mechanical spirit weapon. Such a fellow would have died 100 times over. Now, This expert was pretending to be absent-minded, trying to lure them into a trap. Distracted? How could such a powerful martial artist be distracted in the middle of a battle? The saber light shattered, but the shattering of this saber light was like an avalanche. Hundreds of saber lights shattered almost at the same time. It must be a trap. The two of them stood firmly, their faces filled with patience. Just now, Tang Tian's continuous attacks were breathtaking, an astonishingly strong fundamental martial technique, an extremely ingenious attack on flaws, such a breathtaking performance. When was the last time they saw it? Inside the green mist, Tang Tian suddenly raised his head. Countless snow-white saber lights blossomed in front of Tang Tian, like fireworks. Hundreds of saber auras, with him as the center, shot out in all directions. Ha! A big guy has come. The bald martial artist laughed sinisterly. Then the sawtooth blade martial artist sensed danger. His body spun, the saber auras twirling around, twirling and revolving. Dom! The blue figure in front of them suddenly became blurry. Hearing their comrades shout, the two of them looked at each other. The concealed weapon martial artist gave his comrade a look, while the sawtooth blade martial artist approached with a face of caution. Compared to Mo Ziyu's team A, Mo Wu Wei's team B was not much better. The sawtooth blade martial artist was not as strong as the bald martial artist, but his saber techniques were extremely crafty. Every saber aura was perfectly inserted into the flaws of the attacks. It was extremely exquisite. The two of them tensed up, as though they were facing a great enemy. In your dreams, he suddenly noticed the strange situation below, where the three of them were facing each other. The archer martial artist was on the city wall cleaning up the mechanisms. His red light arrows were extremely powerful. The cleaning efficiency was extremely high. In a short period of time, almost all the mechanisms in Three Spirits City were cleaned up by him. The originally powerful scorching light spear, in front of this rod, was overshadowed, like chopsticks breaking, crumbling, and disappearing. The concealed weapon martial artist could not help but remind. His hands were not slow. A few shadows quietly flew towards Tang Tian, who was in the air. Tang Tian saw that the situation was not good. He knew he could not delay, fiercely stepped on the ground. Like a cannonball, he rushed towards the sawtooth blade martial artist. Pa! Bang! Dong! He was extremely curious. Who exactly was this guy? How many years has it been since the mechanical martial artists had a gold-ranked martial artist? 10,000 years. What a joke! The concealed weapon martial artist's eyes released a cold aura. Both his arms and fingers released true power. 10 different types of concealed weapons, with 10 unpredictable trajectories, shot towards Tang Tian, the sawtooth blade martial artist, and the concealed weapon martial artist who had been waiting for Tang Tian to announce his name, looked at each other, their faces full of doubt. This fist was not fanciful at all. There was a slight tremor in his voice. Who is this guy? This was decided by the strength of the students. Bing was not surprised at all by the result. Tang Tian, who was in the air, suddenly felt that everything around him had become astonishingly clear. He could even see the concealed weapons flying close to the ground, bringing up a flow of air that blew a pebble the size of a grain of rice to the side. What surprised him was not Tang Tian's concealed weapons, but it was as though the opponent had already predicted his attack. In a flash, he had broken through his sneak attack without the slightest bit of awkwardness. Purposely acting like this, to lure us in, all of you move to the side. Trap. Now, fundamental fist technique. It was not only him, the concealed weapon martial artist, not far away, had his eyes wide open, looking at Tang Tian's gaze, as though he was looking at a monster. The 3 concealed weapons that had bounced back did not pose any threat to him. It was obvious that the opponent's attainments in concealed weapons were not high, and only knew the most fundamental techniques. But they were solid, bearing the brunt of the attack. The first team, felt as though they had suffered a heavy blow. The heavy mechanical spirit weapons were unable to resist the astonishing power, and were immediately flung out. In midair, he swung his hips, twisted his waist, and released his fists in one breath like moving clouds and flowing water without any hindrance. A gorgeous azure mechanical spirit weapon landed in front of him. What is this guy doing? You are looking down on us too much. Such a simple, idiotic trick. And you want to use it to trick us? The green mist that exploded out, quickly engulfing Tang Tian. He realized that the heavenly martial werewolf blood meridian was much stronger than he had imagined. It was extremely mystical. He carefully recalled the fist just now, but the fuzzy feeling was erratic, and in that moment, he actually forgot about the two enemies in front of him. Everyone who witnessed it was overwhelmed with shock. His reaction was extremely fast. The copper rod in his hand flew around his body. Dang. He only felt his palms heat up and immediately dodged to the side. An expert. He slowly regained his senses, and his heart was overwhelmed with shock. The opponent's fist had actually struck the weakest part of the twisting blade, and he himself did not know of this weakness. The 3 iron lotus seeds flew back like 3 powerful crossbow bolts. Bing's cold snort caused Mozu and the rest, who had just regained their consciousness, to roll to the side in panic. So powerful to actually be able to suppress the 2 of them to the point that they did not dare to move. That was not something anyone could do. The concealed weapons martial artist had 10 different colored concealed weapons in his hands. All of them had different shapes and colors. His entire body's true power was accumulating. He was already prepared to unleash a fatal blow. Although the mechanical spirit weapons in front of him looked extremely beautiful and exquisite, but to the bald mechanical martial artists were just a bunch of trash playing around. The only thing that did not move was the fist, but when he continued to sweep, the 3 of them were still like 3 wooden statues, not moving at all. The bald martial artist's heart trembled. So fast, a weird feeling surfaced in Tang Tian's heart, causing his eyes to become dazed for a moment. He subconsciously followed the unfamiliar feeling and did an action that surprised even himself. Tang Tian was like a shadow rushing headfirst into the blade-light shadows. The copper rod fiercely smashed onto the ground. What the hell? The copper rod martial artist's face was filled with arrogance. He kept his rod and mocked. What bullshit mechanical army? It's just SOSO. His rod was not fanciful at all. There was no fancy technique in it. The opponent's sharp blade technique caused Mo Wu Wei to lead the second group to be unable to defend. After a few rounds, the entire formation was already in a mess. Tang Tian stood there, his face tilted, his face in a daze, not moving for a long time. The bald martial artist had rich fighting experience and knew that he had met an expert. He could not help but be suspicious. When did the mechanical martial artists actually produce such a powerful expert? Why have I never heard of him before? The 2 of them could not remember, but the strength that Tang Tian had displayed caused them to be deeply fearful. But after hearing the words of the copper rod martial artist, Bing's face darkened. Bing did not have much expectations for the army that Tang Tian was leading, since the strength of the students was there for all to see. But no matter how bad his own child was, it was not up to others to criticize him. Tang Tian lowered his head. He was still reminiscing about the sudden feeling. Was it the effect of the heavenly martial werewolf blood meridians? If it was before, he could still dodge, but it would definitely be very difficult. His intuition was not strong to such a stage. Honestly speaking, Tang Tian's tactics were not bad. At least it was suitable for the mechanical army. If the opponent did not have any high-leveled martial artists, they could use simple and reasonable tactics to easily defeat the enemy. But if the opponent had high-leveled martial artists, then the effectiveness of the tactics would be rather limited. Who are you? 5 green ringed shadows quietly drew 5 arcs, flying around Tang Tian's body. The 5 blade rings suddenly stopped. They firmly locked onto Tang Tian. This is a gold-ranked martial artist. Chapter 4:11. It sneakily looked around, and seeing that no one was paying attention to it, it tiptoed out of the corner of the wall. Yaya's small black fist quietly clenched. The concealed weapon martial artist was struck by lightning, and his body flew out. The green mist quickly engulfed Tang Tian's face, and in a blink of an eye, it was completely covered. At this time, Sai Lei turned her face and looked at him with a playful smile. The sawtooth blade martial artist was in the middle of the battle, and the impact was stronger and his reaction was faster. Until now, he still did not understand how did Tang Tian escape from their killing technique, but he knew if he did not support his comrade now, his comrade's life would be in danger. Bud Spirit General also needs to fight. Who exactly is he to have the ability to kill a gold-ranked martial artist? And such a young martial artist, definitely not many. Duanmu's mind went through the names, and suddenly he was stunned and blurted out, Tang Tian. He is Tang Tian. All the hair on Duanmu's body stood up. This woman was capable of doing anything. Yu Feng is a concealed weapon master and a gold-ranked martial artist. I did not expect him to die here. Duanmu sighed. The archer is called Qiu Yi. He is also a gold-ranked martial artist. Sai Lei turned her face and smiled like a flower. How did you know? His wrist seemed to be weak, and the sawtooth blade in his hand scattered a blade aura. Why does Master look down on me? Not even playing with me, your boss. Duanmu's expression was strange. The martial artist with the bow and arrow reacted at once. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly warned. The pain of losing his arm made the concealed weapon martial artist let out a heart-wrenching scream, but he knew that it was a matter of life and death and clenched his teeth and rushed forward. Only by increasing the distance could he save his life. Duanmu's heart trembled. He only felt a chill from his tailbone straight up. These few days, he had already experienced the power of this beautiful woman with a heart like a scorpion. Just as Duanmu finished his sentence, in the image, Tang Tian's figure was like the shadow of the moon, suddenly distorted. He appeared like a ghost behind the concealed weapon martial artist, his palm quietly imprinted on his back. Flying swift blades. In the strong winds, Squirrel's dazed face and his tail, which had been blown to the side by the air currents. Be careful. There was nothing in the green mist saber radiance. The two of them combined their killing moves. If the other party did not dodge, then he was dead for sure. Even he himself would not have the slightest chance of survival in such a situation. Yaya raised her head and looked at the figure of her master in the video. Her eyes were so bright that they seemed to be glowing. The sawtooth saber warrior was startled. Without caring about anything else, he swung his sawtooth saber. The saber light that had just flown out drew a circle in the air like a flock of birds returning to their nest. It stuck to his body and carried him more than 10 zhang away. This guy already had the ability to kill a gold-ranked martial artist. No, the goat squatted down gracefully. The tortoise poked its head out of its shell, and the squirrel put his hands on his chest, wagging his tail at him adorably. The destructive spiral energy suddenly erupted. This youth's figure was like a puff of smoke, nimble to the point that he didn't seem like a human. Just now, as he rushed forward, his hands were like blooming flowers. All those hidden weapons were caught in his palms. Not a single one missed. Iya? Did he already predict all of the opponent's attacks? In the basement, Duanmu, who was tied up tightly, had a change of expression for the first time. Tang Tian did not chase after him, but stopped. His expression was a little lost. But this was a real battle result. Well done. Blood splattered, and an arm flew into the sky. The training method that Uncle Bing taught it was to use the swallowing light steel fist to go, go, go. Uncle Bing said, if the whole clay plateau were to pop out, the swallowing light steel fist would be very powerful. The tortoise was frightened and quickly retracted its head. Three Spirit City had Sai Lei and the twins. Sai Lei was too scary, and Belle could not see him. Pai Pa was the best. Anyway, it was more fun than the clay plateau. Good little buddy. Sai Lei laughed and lightly patted Duanmu's face, but he was surprised. Duanmu had never seen it before, but he could guess that Tang Tian's ability was related to his blood meridians. Not long after, they saw the entrance to Three Spirits City, and Yaya became happy. The mission of the Bud Spirit General was to fight side by side with its master. Yaya drooped its head and walked in the tunnel listless. Sai Lei laughed and leaned over. His bright red fingernails lightly scratched Duanmu's chin, and said gently, "Why do I hear from your words? It sounds like the opponent is giving up the victory. Isn't this our boss's strength? You have to think clearly." His gaze looked at the mechanical spirit weapon. Suddenly, he saw something from the corner of his eyes. When Yaya passed through the entrance and entered the base, its soft and tender little face suddenly became serious, but its eyes suddenly lit up like the stars in the night sky. Duanmu felt Belle's killing intent, and his heart shivered. What was wrong with him today? Why did he make such a low-level mistake? Calling out Tang Tian's identity would only make his situation worse. Duanmu heaved a sigh of relief and secretly mocked himself for not having integrity to be threatened by a woman. Even the archer martial artist on the city wall was relieved. Pu. It had been leading a group of mechanical beasts to shoot at the clock, sand, every day. It was extremely boring. It had not seen its master for so many days, and Uncle Bing said that it wanted to be like its master and undergo tough training to become as powerful as its master. 10 concealed weapons, bringing along 10 different types of power, entered the green mist. The sawtooth blade martial artist looked at Tang Tian in shock. The green mist was made up of countless of fine blade auras. All of these blade auras were as fine as sand, extremely sharp. They were like quicksand, wrapping around Tang Tian, flowing at an astonishing speed, revolving like a green monster squirming. Yaya's mood immediately became better and jumped onto the goat's back. Impossible. The archer martial artist on the city wall had strong eyesight, and he saw it clearly. Belle immediately became alert. She was in charge of intelligence and was extremely sensitive to such things. Although the two of them were careless, although they underestimated the enemy, although he suddenly turned his head, he heard the faint sounds of battle. The green mist was like green quicksand, slowly sliding down. Wait a minute. At such a close distance, his concealed weapons would definitely not miss. More and more green mist slid down like quicksand. Your boss's strength is indescribable, just like the technique he used to escape from the killing technique. I have never seen it before. It is extremely powerful. It should be related to the blood meridians. The sneak attack and pursuit behind. He grasped the rhythm very well when he made his last attack. It was also the best. When the opponent's comrade came to help, when the opponent's state of mind was relaxed, it was a fatal blow. Bang! At this time, the concealed weapon martial artist's body fell heavily to the ground. His face was covered in blood. He was no longer breathing. The life force in his body was completely destroyed by Tang Tian. The archer martial artist's face was full of shock. In that moment, he was in a daze. Suddenly, Duanmu was stunned. Sai Lei's extremely young boss was actually able to kill a gold-ranked martial artist under the collaboration of 2 gold-ranked martial artists. I know the Sawtooth Blade and the Baldy. They are by Qi and Ruhai from the Hua Fu family. Who are the other 2? Sai Lei asked. Yaya held onto the goat's horns and shouted in high spirits with a childish voice. The goat sensed its emotions. Its four limbs suddenly exerted strength like an arrow leaving the bow. It rushed forward. My swallowing light steel fist has become stronger. But I have not seen my master for a long time. The blade aura was like rain. Every blade aura was only the size of a palm, like a flock of green swallows, drawing a beautiful arc, pouncing towards Tang Tian. In the basement, Sai Lei excitedly punched Duanmu. Duanmu looked at her, did not say a word. Sai Lei's punches were pitifully small. To him, it did not even cause him any pain. What made him even more shocked was he had shot out 47 concealed weapons, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no reaction at all. He is going to succeed. Duanmu said. His eyes did not move away from the image. Not simple. The archer martial artist's mouth was wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. He clearly saw how the green mist of the blade aura enveloped Tang Tian. He definitely did not see wrongly. For a martial artist who trained in archery, the most important thing was the eyes and the heart. The strongest was the eyes and the heart. There was never an illusion that could escape his eyes. It's over. The two of them looked at each other and coincidentally saw the relieved expression in each other's eyes and a tinge of relief. So it was just a bluff, and they were almost cheated by a brat. There was a battle. From the start to the end, the young brat did not stop at all, did not hesitate at all. After the successful strike, without any hesitation, he rushed forward, and in a blink of an eye, all the concealed weapons were absorbed into his hands. The entire process was smooth and pleasing to the eye, and was filled with explosive killing intent mixed together. It had an unparalleled visual impact. The goat also revealed caution and caution. It ran along the tunnel. It was worried for Sai Lei's safety. Who is going to succeed? Sai Lei's heart tightened. Rhythm. Their rhythm is already messed up. Duanmu explained. From the moment your boss avoided their killing moves, he already had the advantage, but if the two of them were not so careless, his advantage would not be so big. They were too relaxed and panicked at the back. Their coordination was too unfamiliar. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside it. It raised its head. It was the goat, the tortoise, and the squirrel. The concealed weapon martial artist felt the danger behind him, and could not help but be shocked. The concealed weapons in his hands were thrown backwards, but his body was frantically rushing forward. But a dense killing intent, like maggots in the bones, followed closely behind. He only felt a chill at the back of his neck. Overwhelmed with shock, he only cared about running and did not dare to look back. Yaya was not happy. It angrily used its small legs to kick away all the obstructing pebbles, buried its head and walked forward step by step. Its steps were pitifully small, walking like a tortoise. Very quickly, they found Sai Lei's position. Sai Lei saw them, did not say anything, and turned back to continue watching the battle. At this time, everyone's attention was on the battle. So boring. Furthermore, Bud spirit generals were born for the battlefield. A cold aura, like a sharp wolf claw, swept across the air. What did you see? Sai Lei immediately asked. She had been paying attention to Duanmu's expression. This brat's understanding of battle was much stronger than her. Duanmu's heart once again turned cold. He was very powerful. Master is fighting. Chapter 412. The Blood Meridian's laboratory, not far from the mechanical laboratory, was in an uproar. All the Blood Meridian specialists were excited. All of their faces were flushed red, and they were extremely excited. Usually this would not be his weakness, but now, to him, it was extremely disadvantageous. He immediately understood. The multicolored poison mist beneath his feet exploded. The entire city wall was enveloped in the multicolored poison mist. It looked extremely terrifying. Stop talking nonsense. Poison, poison, poison. Who has it? Ha! I am a Bud Spirit General. Do you know about the 3 flowers convergence? Old Man Fei was slightly perspiring. The quantity was too much. He might as well not think about it. Then later we will use the mechanism to throw it over. Wang Xian continued, we will use the jumping rabbit. Standing on top of the city wall, he was slightly relieved. The bronze city wall was very tall. It was at least 15 m tall, in the shape of a square. The top of the city wall could accommodate 5 people walking side by side. With his light body technique, once he saw that something was wrong, he would be able to escape. There would definitely be no problem. Yaya, who jumped into the air, took a deep breath. Its soft little face suddenly puffed up like a balloon. It tried its best to open its little eyes. Its black little iron fists clenched tightly. Without waiting for Chiu-Yi to land, it howled and pounced over impatiently. Luckily, the poison mist in his body was not gold-ranked poison. His true power was trying its best to dissolve the poison. You are so sinister. The skinny old man exclaimed, then suddenly laughed. But I like it. I really want to catch Boss back for research. I have it. I have it. I have it. Since when was he reliable? Home. Wang Xian was surprised. Kacha, what is this situation? Can you give it a more imposing name? A sharp pain came from his wrist. Chiu-Yi's expression froze. His wrist was broken. Old Man Fei did not care about anything else and anxiously said, Guys, now is not the time to discuss this. That bitch from the blacksmithing department lost so badly. And Boss is here. Isn't this the best opportunity for us to show off? Guys, if you don't use it now, when are you going to hide it? He could clearly see the black figure rushing in front of him. TSK, TSK. You rascal, I guess even your heart is black. The skinny old man looked at Wang Xian, then turned and ran to ambush. Old Man Fei looked at him. Yaya sneaked out. It was afraid that Tang Tian would see it, so it aimed at Chiu-Yi, who was on the city wall. It was still worried that Chiu-Yi was too far away from it. It didn't expect Chiu-Yi to suddenly float towards it. Just as he was about to hit the target, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. The strong life force of a gold-ranked martial artist was displayed at this moment. As soon as he landed on the ground, the suffocating feeling in his chest lessened. Everyone was taken aback and looked in that direction in unison. Old Man Fei shook his head. I trust Boss. The skinny old man slapped his forehead in the dark, his face full of vexation. It's over. The location of the 3-flower ambush is wrong. We'll cover the entire wall. Wang Xian interrupted. Everyone's gaze fell on Madame Huang Mu's face. Wang Xian remained silent. Suddenly, his chest felt stuffy, and his expression changed greatly. I have 300, 200. I want more 500. I've never been to a big organization, so I don't know what glory is, and I don't know what a mission is. I'm old. I don't want to be famous. I don't want to be successful. I'm very free here. I'm respected. I'm happy every day. I like this place. I've never thought of leaving it. Maybe there are better places in the world than here. I'm not jealous at all. This kind of place is home. An extremely small black shadow shot towards Chiu-Yi. This was the Bud Spirit General's first real battle. Everyone was stunned, and after a while, their eyes lit up. Wang Xian was not used to being praised by so many people, and immediately said to the skinny old man, This poison will definitely not take his life for a gold-ranked martial artist. Unless it's a gold-ranked poison, it won't be fatal, but he will definitely be affected. He will jump down from the wall. Let the 3 flowers ambush below the wall. At this time, you can use the 3 flowers at the prominence. 20,000. Madame Huang Mu's face was calm. Everyone agreed loudly, and all of them ran. I knew you weren't reliable. What was that? Who are we fighting? Damn. It looks like Moon Wolf Sky Shadow. Wang Xian quickly said, We will tie the poison bubble on the jumping rabbit, and then mix it with the other jumping rabbits. There are 2 gates on the wall. We will release the rabbits from both gates. After spending countless days and nights on the clay plateau, enduring countless loneliness and boredom, he finally mastered the swallowing light steel fist, the throbbing in the depths of his soul, the bud spirit general that was born from the killing aura of the ancient battlefield, was already destined to fight. A group of old men and women pointed at the skinny old man and scolded, causing the skinny old man's face to turn red. He looked at the poisoned Chiu-Yi, and suddenly his eyes lit up and pointed at Chiu-Yi's position and shouted, "What is that? It came to me just like that. Manager Little Crane is really pretty. Release the rabbits." Old Man Face shouted, "That's right. Let's do it this way. Poison, why isn't it recorded in the books? He knows how to dodge." Someone shouted. Old Man Fei laughed, turned, and left. He also had some things to prepare. Behind him, there was a sea of rabbits that were as dense as the tide. The expression in Yaya's eyes seemed to have changed at this moment. Wang Xian rushed over and said calmly, "Are you worried that boss won't win? How many jumping rabbits does everyone have?" Wang Xian asked. Chiu-Yi already regretted accepting this business, who told him that this was a small place that did not even have a gold-ranked martial artist. He really wanted to leave, but when he thought of the astronomical penalty, he bit the bullet and floated into the city wall. "Everyone, be quiet." The light around the fist seemed to be swallowed by the fist, as if Yaya's fist was covered with a circle of darkness. Swallow, light, iron, fist. Although boss is very strong. Old Man Fei looked straight at Wang Xian, but if the Lien family only wants to rely on others to protect it forever, seeing everyone fighting for your home, and you say to yourself in the corner that it's useless for you to do anything, this kind of person is probably so cowardly that he doesn't even have the courage to live. All right, then I'll spend 2 flowers and 3 flowers. Chiu-Yi did not understand, but when he looked towards the direction of the sound, his eyes widened. He saw tens of thousands of rabbits, like waves, approaching him crazily. Chiu-Yi stood on the city wall. He was shocked by Tang Tian's performance just now. He did not plan to go down. If the martial artist with the bow and arrow got close to him, it would be bad. These rabbits, how many types of poison did they carry? Makes sense. "Release the rabbits." Old Man Fei raised his head and looked at him. "I don't know what you are thinking, but to me, this is already my home. Do we need to instigate to protect our home?" Using the bow and arrow, he is on the city wall. His target is obvious. "I will go too." Manager Crane is in charge. Old Man Fei nodded. "But who is the boss?" "It's the boss. If we perform well and leave a deep impression on the boss, will Manager Crane sit back and do nothing? Stewards work for the boss. Although Steward Little Crane is pretty, his expression changed completely this time. Madam Huang Mu said calmly, "Coincidentally, we need to do a large-scale experiment." The light arrows were like rain pouring down from his hands. Old Man Fei, who rushed back, suddenly frowned. He suddenly stood on the table and screamed at the top of his lungs. He had heard of all kinds of poisons, but he had never heard of anyone using poison like this. Oh my God, what did I just see? Everyone worked together. The efficiency was astonishing. At most 2 minutes, he would be able to neutralize all the poison. What the hell is this place? Chiu-Yi felt a small thing approaching. He thought it was a rabbit that fell from the city wall. He waved his hand, intending to slap it away. "Old Man Fei, isn't Manager Crane in charge of the funds now?" Someone asked. "Hopping rabbit?" Everyone was stunned. The hopping rabbit was the most commonly used star spirit beast by the Blood Meridians experts. It was only rank 2. It was easy to breed. The hopping rabbit was good at jumping. They had high compatibility with Blood Meridians. Many experiments required them. So everyone nurtured them. Then why did you instigate everyone? Wang Xian was curious. When Old Man Fei heard that, he felt that the topic of discussion was off topic. He immediately clapped his hands and shouted, "Guys, F asterisk asterisk K this guy. Eat and drink. It all depends on today. I'll go tie up the poison bubble." Yaya became excited, but there were too many rabbits. In a blink of an eye, there were many rabbits approaching him. He had no choice but to fly up into the sky. Seeing the densely packed rabbits below his feet, he was puzzled. What was the use of so many rabbits? Suddenly, he heard footsteps coming from behind him. He immediately turned his head and quivered. The clamor gradually calmed down. Everyone looked at Old Man Fei in confusion. Suddenly, he heard an old man howling. Old Man Fei continued to fan the flames. "Funds! We need more funds. Whichever project does not lack funds, don't do it, give the opportunity to others." He hurriedly picked up the bow in his hand and shot frantically, only to see the red light arrows falling into the sea of rabbits like raindrops. The archery technique he trained in was called straight ray red arrow. The power of this archery technique was astonishing. It was a unique martial technique. It was famous for its penetrating power. It was known to be able to break through anything, but it did not have a large-scale explosion-type technique. Chiu Yi wanted to dodge, but Yaya's fist was faster than he thought. He could not dodge in time. He could only muster his remaining true power to block the fist. Heavenly martial werewolf blood meridians. It must be the power of the blood meridians. His tiny body stretched out in the air. His small face was stern and stern. He was brave like an ancient warrior advancing forward. Give it to others? What a joke! All these strange old men and old ladies all had a layer of killing intent on their faces and looked at each other angrily. This method is sinister.